Tuolumne County. Mr. Del Hodges, would you come to the podium and lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance? For those of you who don't know, Mr. Hodges is retiring at the end of the month without permission, but that's okay. Please.
Thank you. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you, Mr. Hodges. We now come to the point of oral communications. The public may speak on any item not on the printed agenda. No action may be taken by the board. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on the public comment period? Okay, well, I see Mr. Segarini. I see the sheriff. I have a card from Susan Greenwood.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. George Segarini, President and CEO of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. The Chamber of Commerce is happy to present the 6th Annual Business Summit in conjunction with the Columbia College and also the job training. I'm passed out a brochure about the event that's taking place. I think you can see from that the STEAM class of presenters that we have for the various workshops. This project is put on not only for small businesses, but also for medium and large-sized businesses in Tuolumne County and surrounding areas. We invite everybody to come. It takes place on May 7th. You can register by going to the Chamber's website at tcchamber.com. We have a couple of keynote speakers, one being Larry Cope of the Economic Development Authority and Gina Lujan, who is with the Hacker Lab in Sacramento, and it's not exactly what it sounds like. She's got an interesting story to tell, so if you would like to hear her, we'd like to see everybody, especially the businesses who have the workshops to attend. That's May 7th at Columbia College. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Segarini. Mr. Sheriff.
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, Jim Mealy, Sheriff Coroner. The reason why I'm here today is to introduce the new Undersheriff Bill Pooley. He started last week. We swore him in last Tuesday. We had a ceremony with his previous boss, Sheriff Christensen. And so I would like to take this opportunity to introduce him to you and also to the public. And so I'll turn the mic over to Undersheriff Pooley.
Good afternoon, board members, Mr. Pedro. Just want to take the opportunity to say thank you so much for having me up here. I'm super excited about being here. I'm sorry. Bill Pooley, I'm the new undersheriff. I'm super excited to be here. I want to thank the sheriff and the assistant sheriff for soliciting me to come up. It's been wonderful. It just feels like the right thing to do. So I'm really happy to be here.
Welcome to Tuolumne County. We're glad you're here.
And I'll state my name from now on.
Please.
Hi, I'm Alex Michalek. I am the new park manager at New Maloney's Lake. And I just wanted to come and introduce myself to the board today. I've also got Billy Brown here with me. He's the chief park ranger. And then Pete Lucero is our public affairs director for the region. So first of all, I wanted to talk about the fact that we're having our Customer Appreciation Day on Saturday. That's free day use. Fees will be waived at the park. We've also there's been some discussion about the closures that we've had recently, so I just wanted to present some good news that we've already made the decision to open Iron Horse Campground at Glory Hole, the entire campground. We had originally listed it as closed. And we also want to talk about the fact that Manzanita Campground will be open in Tuttletown, and we're going to keep Acorn closed for now, but we do have some good information in the fact that we have just gotten word that we can hire at least half of our seasonal ranger staff. So what we're hoping to do is have at least most of the park open by Memorial Day. So appreciate you giving me the opportunity to speak. If Pete or Billy would like to say anything, they can. So
Thank you very much. Thank you for coming. I hope you won't stay away.
all right.
We're glad you're here. Ms. Greenwood.
Good morning to all of you. Suzanne Greenwood. I'm with ISIS, Infant Child Enrichment Services. Just a couple quick things to share with you all this morning. If you haven't already seen it in the paper or heard, ISIS is celebrating 30 years this year of serving Tuolumne County children and families. And we're very proud of the services that we offer, and we're very hopeful to keep them going. We are actually, for the first time, very difficult decision for our board and director to do, but we're doing a fundraiser this year. And it's just kind of an ongoing thing. Some of you may have gotten something in the mail, seen it in the newspaper. And then the Union Democrat donated a booth for us at the Home and Garden Show this last weekend. And I wish I could share with you all the stories of the different people that came up to us and shared with us what a difference ISIS programs had made to them over the years, helping pay for their child care, parenting classes that help them get off on the right foot with their children. It's just, there are numerous stories, and we hope to keep that going. State funding has been getting less and less and less every year, and we're hoping to keep going, and we look forward to your support. It's continuing at our Children's Fair this next Saturday, April 20th, from 10 a.m. to 2 p.m. at the fairgrounds. We invite you to come. We're looking forward to our Senator Tom Berryhill hopefully stopping in to share with us and visit. So if you'd like to visit with him too. So ISIS 30 years, looking forward to that. And then the other thing I want to share, which I've been doing for the last few years, I usually shoot from the cuff, but I'd like to just read this real quickly so I do justice to what it is that we want to get across, is that child care helps children, families, and communities prosper. It gives children the opportunity to learn and develop skills that they need to succeed in school and in life. It gives parents the support and peace of mind they need to be productive at work. Yet the early child care and education profession continues to be one of the most undervalued professions. Research shows that early childhood is a critical developmental period in a child's life. I could speak for hours just about that. And as you know, it does take a special person to work in the field of early childhood education and working with young children. The contributions child care makes to children and families' lives too frequently go unnoticed. We ask that you join the Tuolumne County Child Care Council and ISIS in celebrating the Week of the Young Child, which is this week, April 14th through 20th. It's a national recognition of the importance of children and families. You may remember this is the third year in a row I brought these ribbons. Child care helps children learn while child care helps parents earn while children learn. I can say this in my sleep. And we hope that you'll display this and signify your acknowledgement that quality child care strengthens the workforce and that it helps our nation's families to succeed. And usually we put a little sticky on here, but some people don't like that sticky on their clothes, which I can get. So you can either wear it with a pin on your clothes, on your purse, your backpack, wherever. You can pin it, tape it to a window, whatever suits your fancy. But we hope that you will acknowledge this with us. We hope you'll come to our Children's Fair on Saturday. And just remember that ISIS is celebrating 30 years, and we would love to be here for another 30 years supporting the children and families of our county. So thank you for your time.
Before you leave the podium, for the benefit of the listening and watching audience, ISIS is?
Infant Child Enrichment Services.
And they're located where?
On Niagara River Drive off of Longueuil, just at the top of Crystal Falls Drive.
Okay.
Right around the corner from the Outpost.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
I love your passion. Is anybody else that'd like to speak at this time at the public comment? My turn.
Is there a time limit?
Is there a time limit? Randy Henveld, citizen of Tuolumne County, just to get it right. Okay, gentlemen, ladies, and members of the audience, the Columbia College Community Chorus will put on their spring concert on April 27th. That's a Saturday at 7 o'clock and Sunday at 3 o'clock at St. Matthew Lutheran Church. This is an unbelievable performance, an opportunity to experience an incredible musical performance under the direction of an amazing man named John Carter. This is the kind of thing that will just set your spring off wonderfully and get you started with a big positive feeling. So an encouragement not to miss that. I handed out cards, and I think there were still some in the lobby last I checked. Pick one up, go. You'll thank me for inviting you. I tell you, it is that kind of an experience. So thank you very much. Okay, if there's no more public comment, then I'll ask the clerk to read the consent calendar.
Minutes of the meeting held March 19, 2013, approving the Jamestown Sanitary District Sewer Rehabilitation Program, which is being funded through the Community Development Block Grant awarded to Tuolumne, the County of Tuolumne, and the Mitigation Negative Declaration and its associated mitigation, monitoring, and reporting programs prepared for the project. Approving a contract between the Sheriff's Office and Boating and Waterways to support the Boat Patrol Unit. And this is ordering a special assessment in the amount of $3,200 to be collected in the same manner as ordinary real property taxes for real recovery of penalties and administrative costs incurred by the county to process a code compliance case violation located at 12250 Yankee Hill Road in Columbia, and another ordering of special assessments in the amount of $950 to be collected in the same manner as listed above at a property actually for construction without a building permit located at 13980 Jacksonville Road in Jamestown. Approving the elimination of the assistant treasurer tax collector position and adding a revenue recovery manager position. Declaring various equipment as not required for public use surplus, authorizing the deputy purchasing agent to dispose of vehicles through a one-day sale to be held on April 20th, 2013 at the Boat Patrol Yard located at 10915 North Airport Road in Columbia, and also a disposal of property through a one-day sale to be held on April 27th at 229 West Jackson Street in Sonora. Approving the reappointment of Marguerite Vulcan to the First Five Commission on First Five Tuolumne County Commission, and approving the appointment of Brad Putz to the Area 6 Developmental Disabilities Board.
Thank you. Any member of the board want to pull any item? I like item 6 pulled. Is there any public comment on the consent calendar? Oops. Okay. Sorry, Mr. Oliver.
Chairman, members of the board, Doug Oliver, Chief Building Official. I would just like to point out what has been brought to my attention this morning regarding item 4. This is the assessment for 12252 Yankee Hill Road. This is a long-standing case, being from 2007 when we had a code compliance division. The newly amended code compliance ordinance has allowed us to take it to assessment and essentially take it off the books. However, there is a long-standing discrepancy in the APN number, which was brought to our attention. There is a difference between our tracking system in CRW and the tracking system for the assessor. The actual parcel number should read 32-110-31. So if your board decides to approve this assessment, we would be modifying the notices and notice of assessment and order of assessment to reflect that prior to your signature.
Council, do we have to do anything other than accept that correction? Oh, that's fine. Okay. Any other comments on the consent calendar?
Thank you.
Okay, seeing none, the chair would entertain a motion.
I move the consent calendar.
As corrected?
As corrected.
Okay, accept item 6.
Accept items.
Okay, I got a motion by Supervisor Rotifer and a second by Supervisor Gray. Any last comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Carried unanimously. Item 6. Would you read item 6, please?
Consideration of approving the elimination of the assistant treasurer tax collector position and adding a revenue recovery manager position.
I thought that we ought to ask in his last few days, We got to ask our treasurer tax collector to explain exactly what we're doing here so the public knows.
Okay. Del Hodges, Treasurer Tax Collector. When I assumed the office of Treasurer Tax Collector back in 1995, the Office of Revenue Recovery was housed down in the probation office. And shortly after assuming office, Mark Minton came to me and asked me if we had any room in my office for revenue recovery, and could we move them up there, and would I oversee that office? And I said I'd do that. So they moved, I can't remember exactly what year they moved into our office, but at that time the Office of Revenue Recovery was managed by Chuck Wagner. So Chuck moved his office in with us, and a few years later he started getting involved in the Treasurer Tax Collector side of the operation, and we eventually promoted him to Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. Sometime after that, Chuck retired, and we recruited for a Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector and or a Revenue Recovery Manager. We didn't have any applicants that I felt were appropriate for the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector, but I did feel like Shelley Peach could manage the Office of Revenue Recovery, and we hired her to do that. She did an excellent job at that, and similar to what we did with Chuck, she started getting involved in the Treasurer Tax Collector side, and we eventually promoted her to Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. In talking with Shelley about how she wanted to go forward with the future, she thought that the best thing for her to do would be to hire a revenue recovery manager, and if that worked out, eventually train them in the tax collector side, and maybe some point down the road promote them to Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. So that's our thoughts, and in the short term it would save the county a little money.
We always like that. Any questions of Mr. Hodges? Okay, then the chair would entertain a motion.
I'll move to approve the elimination of the Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector position and modify the position allocation for Treasurer Tax Collector's office.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any public comment? Seeing none?
I believe the motion was to modify it to the Revenue Recovery Manager.
Adding the revenue, yeah, as recommended.
Okay. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Carried 5-0. Thank you, Mr. Hodges. Okay, would you read item 10, please?
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming April as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County.
Good morning, Chair, members of the board. My name is Heather Carter. With me is Tim McCaffrey. We are here representing the Center for a Nonviolent Community and to bring awareness of April being Sexual Assault Awareness Month. We live in an incredible, beautiful community here, and would you be surprised if I told you that CNVC's counselors received 70 crisis line calls last year from victims of sexual assault? That number doesn't include women who aren't at our shelter. It doesn't include the women that we accompany to the hospital for medical legal exams. It doesn't include the men and women that walked in our doors asking for support. Before I leave this podium, I feel it necessary that I mention a name, Audrey Pott, and I'm sure that you've heard of her in the news lately. She was 15 years old, raped by 3 high school young men, and recently committed suicide. I will be Audrey's voice from this day forward.
Good morning, Tim McCaffrey. I'm the community educator in the prevention team at the Center for a Nonviolent Community. And I'm representing the male voice at the Center for the Nonviolent Community as well as Tuolumne County. I wanted to say that 1 in 4 women are sexually assaulted in their lifetime, and that 90% of that sexual assault is done by men. We all have mothers or daughters or sisters, and because of that, we respectfully ask your support in proclaiming April 2013 as Sexual Assault Awareness Month in Tuolumne County. County by signing the proclamation before you. We call upon our neighbors, public servants, and elected officials to observe this month with commitment to participate in the effort to prevent sexual assault. Thank you.
Any member of the board would like to ask any question or comment?
A comment, please. Really want to thank you for what you do. It's groups like yours that makes things work, and it is appreciated in this county. Thank you.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Is there any public comment? Chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the resolution.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Brennan. Any other comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. I echo Supervisor Gray's comments. You're often unheard. You're in the background, and the service that you provide is so important. I know people who have been affected by this problem and have used your services, so I want to say thank you personally. Okay, could we read item 11, please?
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming April 14th through 20th, 2013 as National Library Week, April 16th, 2013 as National Library Workers' Day, and April 17th, 2013 as National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County.
Ms. Frank.
Good morning. Maureen Frank, Deputy County Administrator. Here with me is Maggie Durgan. We're here to celebrate libraries. It's a wonderful, wonderful asset to our community. This week is National Library Week, as you know, and the theme this year is Communities Matter at Your Library. And this can't be any more true for our community here in Tuolumne. April 16th is National Library Workers' Day, and April 17th is our National Bookmobile Day. We have our WOW program, which is our mobile bookmobile. Libraries are more than books. We try to communicate that out to our citizens and our residents here. They truly are a community all to their own. Our public libraries, what they provide, some of the programs that you've seen over the years include things like Storytime, summer reading program, our science time, research that we do for school projects for kids that come into the library. It includes book club materials, homeschool assistance, and participating in various parades and programs in which we give away thousands and thousands of books to kids each year, and hoping that they will encourage them to have a lifelong love of reading and enjoying that opportunity. We more so in these economic times have become a place where people research for unemployment benefits, employment opportunities, apply online for positions. We provide internet access and computer classes. We have a lot of times parents and families in this community are struggling to make ends meet, and we do a monthly matinee movie time in which families can come and bring their kids and bring their families, and we pop popcorn and they're invited in. We run a phenomenal literacy program. We provide research assistance, tutoring, GED classes, and help the community get back on track. Library and who we serve. Man, it's a gathering place for friends and people to come and talk about ideas and talk about books they've read, work on projects. It's a safe place for kids to come after school. You know, parents know that they can be there and they'll be safe, and they have a place to do their homework. It's become a warming center in the wintertime and a cooling shelter in the summertime. People who don't have access to computers. A lot of us take for granted that we have a computer in our home, and in some cases, several computers, and we have internet access, but that's not true for everybody. And the libraries provide that gap for people to come in and do things. A lot of jobs these days you can't apply in person. They want an application over the internet and sent in electronically. We provide services to remote areas in the community. I talked about our Bookmobile WOW. We provide services to people who live in residential care or assisted care facilities, and that's important. Sometimes it's the only access they have to get to a library or to get those services. All these programs and services are the result of the hardworking, dedicated employees of the library. I can't say enough about them. They're incredible. I have enjoyed my experience so much over there working with them, seeing the pride and joy that they have when a school kid comes in and they have this horrific homework assignment and, where would I get books on whatever it is, and helping them find it. Or a parent who's coming in because they're starting a homeschool program and they have come in with their list of books and curriculum that they want. How could they access this books and they can't get it locally? Where can I find these types of things, or what research tools are out there? We have the main library and each of the 3 branches. So it's Groveland, Tuolumne, and Twain Harte. And each one of those centers creates their own sense of community and is unique onto their own and provide their own unique programs. It's really special to see. I can't say enough again about the library workers. They're truly unique and go out of their way every day to help the patrons. We're very, very blessed in this community to have such a wonderful library system. And on this occasion of National Library Week and National Library Workers Day, I wish to publicly thank the library staff for all they do. It's truly amazing. And we ask you your approval for the resolution before you.
Maggie Durgan, County Librarian. I'd just like to invite you all to visit the library this week. I've worked there over 22 years, and I'm always amazed every day at the variety of people that come in. The tiniest little children, story times, crafts, and people that have never been to a library before and are just really surprised about all the things we have. It's a great place to work. We have a great staff. I want to make special mention again of the Bookmobile. They even do special events such as the ISIS Fair that's coming up. They'll be there to pass out books to kids. So I'm just inviting you all to visit. Thank you.
Thank you. Member of the board.
I want to thank you, Maggie, for the recent orientation that we had. Our libraries truly are a critical and a unique resource in our community. I can't imagine any community without libraries. And we have phenomenal libraries because of the wonderful people that work there. And they're very special. I would also encourage anyone that hasn't visited the library recently, even if you have, go back. But I'd encourage you to visit. They're great resources for our community.
Ms. Brennan.
Yeah, like Carl said, a couple weeks ago we had our orientation there, and it was late morning, and there were a number of folks in the library, and I was kind of curious. I thought, wow, this is a nice show, and I went back a few days later, and just wanted to kind of quietly observe. And I want to echo every comment that Mo just made. I was so incredibly impressed. We had a great orientation there, but then when folks weren't really, I don't think they were aware that they were being observed so closely, I was just amazed at the staff. There were folks working with young kids and such a welcoming, just a place they can go to. There were adults there working on the computers, and everything was just kind of a buzz and active and moving. And the staff was they were doing a fantastic job. Our library is just a tremendous asset for this county. So thank you, and please tell all the volunteers and staff how much they really are appreciated.
Supervisor Gray?
I could just, what she said.
Would you play back the recording, please?
No, it's been a struggle to keep everything going. And without the employees and the volunteers that we have at these community libraries, they wouldn't be as successful. So, excuse me, I want to thank everybody, but I know our branch library at Groveland, I know how much it's used, and I know how it's the center piece of what's happening in town. So keep up the good work. Thank you so much for all the work you do. Thank you.
Anybody else? Well, so all of you here in the board chambers and members of the staff that might be listening on the intercom and people who are listening to us on the radio and watching us on cable, go visit your library. It's an asset to the community. If you haven't been there lately, you'll be glad you went. Thank you. Now, with that, well, first let me ask, is there any public comment about libraries? Oh, I like that. Sign language, that works. I'd entertain a motion.
I'll defer to Sherry.
So, yes, I'd like to move that we approve the resolution proclaiming April 14th through 20th as National Library Week, April 16th as National Library Workers' Day, and April 17th as National Bookmobile Day in Tuolumne County.
I second.
A lot of proclamations. That's cool. Okay. Any last comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. And thank you for all your hard work. Should read item 12.
Consideration of approving a resolution proclaiming April 21st through 27th, 2013 as Tuolumne County Crime Victims' Rights Week in Tuolumne County.
Mr. Knowles.
Yes, Michael Knowles, District Attorney. Honorable board members, that's a hard act to follow because it's generally uplifting. But I wanted to speak to the fact that next week is National Crime Victims' Rights Week. Now, ever since the first National Crime Victims' Rights Week was proclaimed by President Reagan in 1981, individuals, and there's been a force working hard to remind people to remember and respect. We don't celebrate victims, we remember them and we respect them. In 1982, President Reagan's task force on crime victims, after extensive research, recommended that the single most important thing that could be done in this country would be to make sure that crime victims were heard, and that meant, and their recommendation was an amendment to the Sixth Amendment of the Constitution, which would provide for the victim's right to be present and heard at all critical stages in the proceedings. Now, California's adopted that. We've incorporated that into our Constitution, and this year I know the National District Attorneys Association and the California District Attorneys Association are supporting efforts in the National Congress to initiate the process for the ratification of such an amendment. Sadly enough, in this world, there always have been and there always will be victims. No law, no simple law, no precept, no prohibition is going to prevent people from killing innocents. Outlawing bombs or ball bearings isn't going to stop evil people from doing horrible things. In a situation where we speak that we're enlightened and we like to think of ourselves as being so much better because of scientific revelation, we need to stop and remind ourselves of something. This is a time when there are more people in slavery than ever. This year, the national theme for Crime Victims' Rights Week is new challenges and new solutions. And I submit that nowhere differently than in rural California do we feel the impact of the new challenges that change the nature of the horrible things that we can do to each other. High-tech crimes that came to Tuolumne County, and they're here. The ability to steal and cause emotional harm through disclosures and cyberbullying, the ability to access and steal from individuals, whether they be elderly or just simply unknowing. Challenges of the resources that we don't have. Specifically for us, the challenges of the forced adventure community corrections that we face, that puts offenders back in our community with the potential for confrontation with victims. We have a force of people and a source of people who work very hard to deal with that, to make sure that victims are informed, to make sure that they're aware, they know, so that they're not completely shocked at the fact that the individual's been early released from the jail. We revere first responders, but we have to remind ourselves that they're just that, they're responders. It's already happened. So what can we do and what do we do? In this particular community, we have a source of strength that's not present as much in most places I've been, and that's collaboration. So what do? We come together. Coincidentally, Henry Ford, who, like I say, is coincidentally a father of an organization that didn't take government bailout money, made a comment that when we come together, it's a beginning. And when we keep together, it's progress. And when we work together, that's success. That's the advantage we have in a small community. We get in the room, we can face off, and we can deal with issues and problems. Next Wednesday at noon in the East Sonora Conference Center, the community is going to come together in an effort to discuss and deal with how we can strengthen, not supplant, not replace with government, how we can support existing institutions and relationships, the things that are the building blocks of our society. In that meeting and in that luncheon, it won't simply be a backslapping a session, and I would certainly cordially invite each and every one of you to attend. In that room, Child Welfare Services, representatives from ISIS, individuals from the police department, highway patrol, prison, victim services in the district attorney's office. We'll be surveying and discussing ways that we can utilize what existing resources we have to empower and strengthen parents, to get them to be parent leaders, to get them to take action, to help them take action against things like truancy rather than waiting for law enforcement to pick up their child and take them back to court. Because that's really what we have, and that's the strength of our community. So I would encourage you to please adopt this resolution, and I would encourage you to attend. See us as we do what we can do best, which is talk about what we have with what we have here and right now, and what there is. Not inventing, not commissioning a study, but by exchanging and supporting each other. Thank you.
Questions of Mr. Knowles? Comments?
One question. On our backup material, we have the luncheon date of April 24th.
Yes, next Wednesday.
That's next Wednesday. All right, I'm reading the wrong month. I'm sorry, but I hope to plan to attend. Thank you.
Thank you.
Any other questions, comments?
I just, especially today, after what transpired yesterday, I think we ought to, I think it's wonderful we do a National Crime Victims' Rights Week, and I fully support it. But I think we ought to be thinking about victims' rights 365 days a year. And it kind of goes to some of the sexual issues that we were talking about earlier. It goes to some of our disadvantaged children issues. It goes to crime, adult crime, juvenile crime, all of it. Every crime has a victim, and in some cases, multiple victims. And all too often, in a rush to protect the rights of the people that are accused of the crime, we forget about the rights of the victims.
Thank you. Anybody else? Members of the public, any comment? I'll just add mine. The victim rights program that I know you supervise provides another great service to our community. I know people who are indebted to that program, so I want to say thank you for them. And with that, the chair would entertain a motion to approve this resolution.
So moved.
Is there a second?
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Rotifer, second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you very much. Okay, would you read item 13?
Consideration of approving a resolution recognizing and commending Frank Del Hodges on the occasion of his retirement as the County of Tuolumne Treasurer Tax Collector.
Want to say anything, Mr. Pedro?
Mr. Chair, the memo in your staff report and the resolution itself speaks volumes about Mr. Hodges. I'll just say that, on a personal note, again, for 25 years I've worked with Dell, both in the assessor's office, but most of his time here as a treasurer tax collector. He's been an outstanding public servant, and as I only half-jokingly say to him consistently, he's the only guy that I know that can rub two nickels together and come up with a buck. He always looks after the public's interests and the public's funds, and he's done it in an outstanding fashion.
Mr. Hodges, if you can rub two nickels together and come up with a buck, we need some help with the budget.
Can we see it?
Okay. Any comments from the board? Questions? Any public comment? Oh, Miss Peach.
Shelley Peach, Assistant Treasurer Tax Collector. Good morning. I didn't know if any of you were going to read this memo about Dell Hodges.
I'm going to read the resolution once we approve it.
Okay, this memo is about the resolution. It recognizes Dell Hodges having a 25-year career with the County of Tuolumne. On March 16, 1988, Dell started his career with the county as an Auditor Appraiser 1 in the Recorder's Office. And on March 29, 1989, Dell was promoted to an Auditor Appraiser 2. On November 8, 1994, the voters of Tuolumne County elected Dell Hodges as their new Treasurer Tax Collector. And for the next 4 terms, Dell ran unopposed for the office. For the fiscal year of 2003-04, Dell Hodges served as president of the California Association of Treasurer Tax Collectors. In 2009, Dell Hodges was appointed and currently serves as a member of the Oversight Committee for the Yosemite College bonds. This committee oversees the expenditures of the voter-approved bonds totaling over $326 million. During his time as Treasurer Tax Collector, Dell Hodges has been looked upon locally and throughout the state as a fair and respected leader. Dell has served the county as a model of professionalism and integrity. Attached is the resolution that recognizes and celebrates these and other contributions made by Mr. Hodges as a leader within our community. Before you read the resolution, since Dell made his announcement of his retirement, several people have asked me how I feel now that my boss is leaving. And the answer to that really isn't very simple, because for the last 7 years, Dell has trained me to do his job. He encouraged me to go back to school. He helped me with my homework. He involved me in almost every office decision. And when he went to meetings, he always took me with him. We worked as a team. In fact, somebody here referred to us as Batman and Robin. And someone else even referred to us as, I said I'd never repeat this, but work spouses. So how I feel about Dell leaving, part of me is really happy for Dell, and I wish him the best in his retirement. But part of me is sad because I'm losing my teammate, my mentor, my friend. And the part of me that's in here is empty, because the very person that worked so hard to see me succeed won't be here to see it happen. Thank you, Dell, for everything. I'll miss you.
Thank you. Anybody else? Chair would entertain a motion to approve the resolution. Oh, I'm sorry, Supervisor Royce.
Well, I'll make a motion to approve the resolution, and just a quick word. Dell is a man of few words and tons of integrity, and I really respect how he holds himself professionally.
Okay, and we have a motion by Supervisor Royce. Do I hear a second? A second by Supervisor Gray. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? We carry that unanimously. Mr. Hodges, would you come forth? You know, I'm going to read this resolution, but I got to tell you what Supervisor Royce said is true. You know, Del Hodges, I never see him get excited about anything. There's no emotion in anything that comes from Del Hodges. It just is matter of fact. It's straight. It's you know, it's a privilege to work with a man like this. His integrity is impeccable. He's an amazing guy. And not only is he a guy you can work with, but it's pretty easy to call him friend. So we appreciate you, Del. I really don't want you to retire, particularly since I found you have this new talent of rubbing nickels. This is a talent I need to learn. We have two things for him. One is 25 years. We have your 25-year memento. And now I'd like to read the resolution. It says, whereas the Honorable Mr. Hodges has faithfully served the County of Tuolumne for over 25 years, first as an auditor appraiser for 7 years, beginning in 1988, before being elected the County Treasurer Tax Collector for five consecutive terms, for a total of 18 years as an elected official. 5 consecutive terms. Think about that. Mr. Hodges, whereas Mr. Hodges has held the office of President of the California Association of Treasurers and Tax Collectors, and whereas Mr. Hodges also serves as a member of the Oversight Committee of the Yosemite College Bonds? Oh, I thought it should say boards, and I think I misspelled that. Okay. Yosemite College Bonds. So you oversee those? I didn't realize it. And while Mr. Hodges' knowledge and ability as a leader has been instrumental in his success as a public servant, it has been his genuine care and concern for the greater good of the people of Tuolumne County that has made him the well-respected, dedicated county official that we honor today. And whereas throughout his career, Mr. Hodges has been devoted to his family, wife Judy, son Will, and daughter Carrie, now therefore be it resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors extends its heartfelt thanks to Mr. Hodges for the outstanding job he has done during his long years of service to the people of Tuolumne County. Be it further resolved that the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors joins the staff under his leadership in extending their congratulations to Mr. Hodges on the occasion of his retirement, and wish him and his wife Judy the many happy years of retirement that they so very much deserve. Adopted by the Board of Supervisors of the County of Tuolumne on April 16, 2013. Mr. Hodges, congratulations on retirement. Thank you for your service, and thank you for being a friend. And now, maybe a few words.
I'll try and keep this short. Thank you for those kind words. A couple weeks ago, you honored Carol Jackson for being here for 20 years. Actually, Carol and I worked together about 30 years ago somewhere else. But Carol mentioned that, actually, Carol's just been the assistant recorder for just a few months now. And she mentioned that when she came work for the county, she never envisioned that she'd be the assistant recorder. Well, my story's kind of similar to that. 25 years ago, when I went to work in the assessor's office, I never anticipated that I would become the treasurer tax collector. But in 1994, John Nicolini announced his retirement, and some folks came to me and asked me or encouraged me to run for treasurer tax collector, and I guess the rest is history. I've really enjoyed my time here working for the county. It's been a privilege to serve the residents of Tuolumne County. I'll miss my co-workers and the other departments that I work with. There's two departments that I will particularly miss, and that's the assessor's office and that staff and Ken Catano. Anytime I have a problem, I can walk up to Ken's office, walk in, and he'll help me. He's never turned me away or said he didn't have time. Debbie Russell is another one of those people that I've worked with a lot. What I'm particularly going to miss with Debbie is when she comes over and walks in my office and closes my door and says, "You won't believe what the supervisors are up to today." And I miss Craig Pedro. He's been a good friend, and I've enjoyed working with him a lot. I'll miss my staff, the people in the Treasurer Tax Collector's Office and Revenue Recovery. They work really well together. The Revenue Recovery staff helps out at tax time. If we didn't have that resource, it would be nearly impossible to get all those tax bills processed. And finally, Shelley Peach. She's just been a really tremendous asset to our office. She's an exceptionally hard worker. She's dedicated, and I know that she'll do a good job once I'm gone. But I'm not leaving the area. In May, my wife and I will have lived here for 40 years, and we like it here. We've raised our family here, and we'll continue to stay active in the community in one way or another. This retirement will give me more time to spend at the dog park. We may actually finish that park in the near future. We're getting real close. We hope to have a grand opening in June, and we hope that you folks will come by and take a look at it. It's Sonora Sunrise Rotary has done a great job there. And thanks for the memories.
Thank you. Okay.
Go Giants.
You're out of order. Would you read item 14, please?
Consideration of approving correspondence commenting on the Merced Wild and Scenic River Comprehensive Management Plan and draft environmental impact statement.
Mr. Richardson?
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We are back to you with a comment letter on the Merced River Plan. This is your board's last chance to adopt a letter which reflects the county's wishes on how Yosemite Valley really is developed from now and into the future. The plan itself addresses more than just Yosemite Valley, but most of that, the part outside Yosemite Valley, does not affect Tuolumne County tourism per se. So we put a letter together which is a little more beefed up, a little more direct. From the comments that we received at our last board meeting, we ran this letter through the Natural Resources Committee, and they felt that it reflected the board's comments. But once again, this is your last opportunity to make changes to it, so feel free to, and we'll get it to them by the April 18th deadline.
Okay. Any comments from the board?
I just got one question on fourth paragraph down. It says it is unacceptable that a wide variety of recreational services are proposed for elimination under alternatives 2 through 6. Do we really mean 2 through 5?
No, under 6, some of these recreational opportunities will still be closed.
I got it now. Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the letter to be sent.
Second.
Okay, a motion by Supervisor Gray, a second by Supervisor Rutherford. Is there any further comment from the board? How about from the public? If not, all those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 14A.
Consideration of approving correspondence commenting on AB 350, which increases the maximum stump diameter of trees allowed to be cleared without the timber harvest plan.
Okay.
Good morning, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. We have AB 350, which was presented, co-authored by Frank Bigelow, our Assemblyman, and this proposes to increase the maximum stump diameter of trees which could be cleared without a timber harvest plan, and this would be from 18 to 24 inches to be increased to 28 to 34 inches, so significant. And this would, if this bill were to pass, it would make it simpler for people to thin the forest, which of course reduces the threat of wildfires. This was heard in the Natural Resources Committee. After that time, we looked and we found that this bill is going to be addressed by the Natural Resources Committee, the Assembly Natural Resources Committee, on April 29th. That's why we put it on this agenda at the late date, or the late time frame. So we do have a comment letter which supports this particular bill. Once again, this letter is available for your editing, and we'll make sure it is sent on time to that committee.
Any questions, comments? Any public comment? Chair would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'd like to make a motion that we approve sending the letter to on Assembly Bill AB 350.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Gray. Any further comment from the board? Public last chance. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. Item 14B, please.
Consideration of approving correspondence commenting on SB 132, which addresses the taking of mountain lions.
Good morning. Once again, Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. This is another bill which was heard in the Natural Resources Committee this last week, and we then looked, and it is also being brought up into the Senate Appropriations Committee on April 22nd, so this is the last opportunity for us to comment before it is addressed in committee. This is the lions, the taking of mountain lions by non-lethal methods, and this is this use of non-lethal methods to address a mountain lion problem, I think, is fraught with problems. First of all, to remove a mountain lion to another location, many times that mountain lion returns and will cause further problems. Also, it has the problem of just there's additional budget and resources that are required when you have to remove an animal versus taking it with lethal means. We had the trapper, your trapper came and testified at our Natural Resources Committee and gave us numerous reasons why this bill is filled with error, and that there hasn't been enough studies done on mountain lions and their behaviors to take up legislation such as this. So we have a letter that opposes this bill, and once again it is available for your editing, so we can get it to the committee before it is discussed.
Any questions, comments?
Yeah, a question.
Supervisor Brennan.
Unfortunately, this bill seems to be fraught with a lot of problems, with the suggestion that we can solve some of the mountain lion issues by simply relocating them to rural counties. But Daniel, one of the things that I specifically heard the trapper talk about was the ability to track these animals if the legislature is going to move forward with this, and I didn't see that in the verbiage in the letter, and so I think it's important that we include, that comment, because if this is going to happen, I think we, at the very least, need to be certain that the state is responsible for tracking these animals, and so that we can so there can be some follow-up study, and we can know exactly what they're doing, where they're going, and what the consequences are to our rural counties.
Okay. Any other comments?
Just one. This is another base where legislation obeys the laws of physics. For every action, there's an equal and opposite reaction. In this case, it's unintended consequences. And I think that the potential unintended consequences, especially for foothill rural counties, is huge. We've got enough of a mountain lion issue already without having mountain lions relocated up here and exacerbating our problems. So I fully support a letter in opposition to this.
Another comment. This weekend I spoke with one of the biologists that has been on the deer count this last weekend, or last week up in the Jawbone area, and what they noticed is the lack of fawns in this particular cycle, and it's his opinion that it's attributed to predators and an overabundance of mountain lions in that particular area. So, if we think we're going to take them from the city and move them to the mountains, we're just compounding a problem.
I talked to the trapper. I talked to a couple of biologists and some other people. The laws currently protect mountain lions, except in the predation situations. And moving mountain lions is just fraught with issues. The lions are territorial, and you move a mountain lion, and you're going to move them right into another mountain lion's territory, and now you're creating conflict with mountain lions and mountain lions. This is well-meaning people with inappropriate advice is my impression of this bill, and I support opposing it, and I agree with the comments of Supervisor Brennan. So, any further comments from the board? How about the public? Last chance. Okay, Chair would entertain a motion.
Question for the motion. Sherry had a suggestion of putting something else in there, and I wasn't clear on what that verbiage would be.
I'm kind of trying to find the location that might go 1, 2, 3, 4th, and like on the 4th paragraph down, I want to be real careful that we do not dilute our position in saying that we absolutely are against this legislation, but if the legislation is going to move forward, there needs to be some method of tracking these animals, i.e. chipping, so that we can determine what patterns, where they're going, and what the consequences, what the actual consequences are to our rural counties.
I don't have I'm starting to write a sentence. What I could do is I could draft something and bring it back to you later on today, adding in a paragraph about tracking the animals using the methods that our trapper discussed.
Yes.
That'd be fine.
That would.
Okay, we'll continue till you can bring it back.
Okay.
Okay.
Thank you.
So I'll come back to that one. Okay, then with that, we'll move to item 15.
Consideration of adopting a resolution urging the state of California to provide a new sustainable funding for transportation infrastructure and supporting the findings of the 2012 California statewide local streets and roads needs assessment.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Cities and counties own and operate over 81% of the roads in the state of California. In 2008, CSAC, the California State Association of Counties, along with the League of Cities and other organizations, commissioned a study that was the California Statewide Local Streets and Roads Needs Assessment. That study in 2008 indicated that additional funding was needed to maintain these local roads. In 2012, the same group updated the study, and the 2012 study results are essentially the same as 2008. In the last 4 years since the 2008 study, there has been a steady downward trend in pavement condition. and that within the next 10 years, that pavement condition is going to continue to decline. The statewide average is currently at pavement index of 66. In the next 10 years, it's going to decline to 53. If you look at the executive summary that was included in your agenda package, on page 4 are two maps that compares the results of the 2008 study and the 2012 study. And I think this is an excellent illustration of the decline in the roads in the last 4 years. You'll see that at least in 2008, there were several counties that still had pavement condition that was rated in the good category. And if you compare it to the 2012, most of those counties are now in the at-risk, or in some even drop down to the poor category. What this resolution before you today is all about is to state your support for the state of California to find an alternative funding source, or many sources, in order to continue to maintain our roads and eventually to actually upgrade them. The 2012 study, it was prepared by CSAC and others, show that there is actually a shortfall of $1.9 billion per year in funding for local road maintenance. And that is just to maintain the roads in their current substandard condition. If we wish to upgrade those roads over the next 10 years, the counties and cities would need an additional $82 billion. So what CSAC has done is provided a sample resolution, and we are asking your board to adopt this resolution today to state your position that you support the state finding additional funding sources in order for us to adequately maintain our roads.
Okay, question, comment? Mr. Royce.
Yeah, I think generally I support this. The only thing that this is something we've talked about before, and the issue that I've always had is I think that the state has plenty of revenue. In general, it's misallocated, and there's a lot of waste. And I want to be very careful that our message is not that we want them to pursue additional revenues, that we want them to allocate possibly different funding mechanisms, but not I'm not sure what to say, but just I want to be very specific about that. And in reading the fine print of the resolution, it looks fine generally, except for the last whereas. It says after the second comment, it says at least $8.2 billion annually in new money going directly to cities and counties over a period of 10 years is needed to stop. I would just say like above the current funding level or something like that, because I would like to see them look at ways of using current revenues and cutting other wasteful things that are not necessarily fundamental responsibilities of our state government.
Okay, any other comment?
Just one. I wonder how many of our roads we could improve with the money that's being programmed to be spent on the high-speed rail.
Almost all of it.
Actually, that is $65 billion, and we did add that as the last. It is there for further resolve based upon your recent comments on the high-speed rails project.
And one more comment, because I know a lot of people don't have access to the documents that we do. Just for a frame of reference, those two maps that Ms. Shane was referring to, Tuolumne County is at risk in both 2008 and 2012. There are actually counties, for those of you that are endeared to our potholes here in Tuolumne County, there are actually counties in the state that are in worse shape than we are. Unbelievable.
You had to mention that, didn't you?
Mr. Chairman, I think with the addition of that last further resolve, that it covers Supervisor Royce's question as far as an idea of where the money should be coming from.
The high-speed rail. I just want to be clear.
What you want to say is no new taxes.
Yeah, and I think that at some point, I think CSAC doesn't necessarily agree with us on that. And I want to support the overall mission of improving our roads, but how we get there and what additional burden that's going to have is just I just want to be careful about how we're positioning ourselves for that and what message we're sending. And I think we're doing that. I just wanted to reemphasize it. And I don't know if the wording needs to be changed or not. I'm not, going to pick it apart to death, but.
Okay. Any further comments from the board? How about from the public? Okay. Coming back, the chair to entertain a motion, some kind of action here.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the resolution.
Second.
Okay. Any last comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous.
And, Mr. Chairman, as I understand, that was without the change.
That's fine. Yeah.
Mr. Chair, just mentioned, when your board did adopt your legislative platform for this year, that sensitivity that Supervisor Royce just expressed was contained in that platform, which was sent to CSAC, RCRC, and our state delegation. So our sentiments have been conveyed.
Okay. Thank you. Will clerk read item 16?
Consideration of approving a temporary right of entry template for the use with various capital improvement projects.
Good morning, Chairman, members of the board. I'm Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer of the Community Resources Agency. During the preliminary engineering phase of capital improvement projects, technical studies are required to design the project and conduct the environmental analysis under the National Environmental Policy Act or the California Environmental Quality Act. To prepare these studies, field inspections are required. Technical studies may require qualified professionals to enter onto adjacent properties that are outside of the county's right-of-way. For instance, in the case of a bridge replacement project, the study of a yellow-legged frog and its habitat would occur further upstream and downstream from the project onto a privately owned parcel. A temporary right of entry is required to have that property owner's authorization before entering the property. A right of entry allows county staff and consultants to enter private property with the approval of the property owner. The county has previously had a right of entry which did not include a liability clause, and on a recent project, a property owner was concerned, so staff is bringing it forward as a revised right of entry. The right of entry presented to you will protect the property owner from liability resulting in the field review. Staff will be implementing immediately upon approval of this right of entry for current capital projects such as Draper Mine Road, Crossing Curtis Creek Bridge Project, Jamestown Sidewalk Project, and Limekiln Road Crossing Curtis Creek Project. An example of the completed right of entry cover letter and exhibit map are attached for your reference, and we have included more of a generic type exhibit map to allow the property owner to see how and why we select those parcels for rights of entry.
Okay, any questions of Ms. Allen? Supervisor Brown?
Yeah, just a couple of clarifications, because I'm a little bit conflicted with what we're doing here. I understand you're just looking to add the liability piece of it, but I don't want to be misleading property owners that I think that I understand the state would like us to go in and be doing these surveys kind of far and wide. I understand that. But the property owner does have to give us permission to enter, if I also understand it correctly.
That is correct.
And so I want to be really certain that we're not, I want to be real careful that we're not inadvertently doing the state's work for them in a manner that becomes somewhat obtrusive to a property owner. And again, I think, I know I had a conversation with Ms. Shane, and you guys look to find, if a property owner has concerns, you look to find solutions that are, adequate for both. I also know that other counties have, in some of these bridge projects, just stayed within the footprint because the property owners were concerned about access and, going a quarter mile upstream. And like your example showed, a potential Archie site that wasn't even really in the stream channel that you might have to go look at. Some of those seem very intrusive. And so I want to be really careful that that we're not just inadvertently doing the state's desire, if you will, and that we are very, very careful that we are protecting the private property rights. And only, like I said, I know in a neighboring county, when they did their bridge work, they just looked at the footprint that they were going to be doing that work in. I think it ended up being a compromise with the property owner of going only like 100 feet on either side of the bridge, when their initial request had been to go almost a quarter of a mile upstream into a wetland area. So I hope I'm articulating what my concerns are. Again, I know you're looking for just changing it to include the liability aspect, which property owners some do have concerns about, especially if they have livestock or other things going on with their property. But I just really want to be certain that we are not being overly intrusive in any way in doing some of this analysis work.
If I could just respond, these bridge projects are primarily funded with federal funding. And so as part of the environmental review process, Caltrans, which in California serves and acts on behalf of the Federal Highway Administration, they have an environmental staff that will define the area of potential effect, or essentially we have to have what we propose approved by them in order to move forward on these projects. And so there is some requirements that they do want, and we do have the ability to explain why we feel that area may need to be reduced or should be reduced. In the event that there's a conflict with the property owner who has property within that area of potential effect, who does not want us to go on the property or not go as far, we would have to find alternative ways to do the analysis to the satisfaction of the federal and state agencies. So it's a balancing act for the county staff to work with the property owner and respect their rights, but also to meet our obligations in order to qualify for this funding. So I understand exactly what Supervisor Brennan is saying, and that is, again, the balancing act that we have to perform on these types of projects.
Okay, further comments from the board? Questions? Any public comment? Seeing none, then the chair would entertain a motion on what we do here.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we approve the, essentially what we're doing is changing the existing right of entry form to one that protects the liability of the property owner that we are going to be doing the work on.
Okay, is there a second?
I'll second.
Okay, any further discussion? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Carried unanimously. Thank you very much. Would the clerk read item 17, please?
Consideration of authorizing engineering staff to prepare and administer federal funding applications for the reconstruction of Dodge Ridge Road, Pinecrest Lake Road, Evergreen Road, Red Hills Road under the Federal Land Access Program through the Federal Highway Administration.
Tanya Allen, Supervising Engineer. The Federal Lands Access Program, also known as FLAP, was developed under the 2012 Federal Transportation Act, moving ahead in progress in the 21st century, known as MAP 21, to fund the transportation facilities that provide access to, are adjacent to, or are located within federal lands. A call for projects has been issued for the funding under the FLAP, and the deadline for submitting applications is April 30th. The estimated program availability for the FLAP ranges from $71 to $130 million. Preference Preference will be given to those projects in which provide access to federal high-use recreational sites or federal economic generators. The county's share of cost is 11.47% of the total cost of the project. Preliminary engineering will be made available after the application selection process is completed later this year. Access program funds are intended for the design, construction, or reconstruction for a project. The engineering division has identified the following 4 projects for this funding under FLAP. The first one is Dodge Ridge Road. This project will reconstruct Dodge Ridge Road from Pinecrest School Road to Dodge Ridge Loop Road, approximately 3.1 miles, using a cold foam in-place recycling on the existing roadway and overlaying with a hot mix asphalt. This project is anticipated to be $2,738,400, and our local match, which is the 11.47%, is $314,000. We've also looked at considering adding an alternate, which is Dodge Ridge Loop Road, which is approximately 0.9 miles. We are looking at the projects in your memo here as a total cost for both Dodge Ridge Road and Dodge Ridge Loop Road of a total project of 3.5. Pinecrest Lake Road. This project will reconstruct Pinecrest Lake Road from Dodge Ridge Road to Pinecrest Avenue, approximately 0.5 miles, using the same cold and foam place recycling on the existing roadway and overlaying with a hot mix asphalt. The roadway will be widened to accommodate pedestrian and bicycle use. The project will also include rehabilitation or replacement of drainage culverts on Pinecrest Lake Road. This project is estimated to be $1.15 million, and our local match is estimated to be $132,823. The next candidate, Evergreen Road. This project will reconstruct Evergreen Road with the state highway from the State Highway 120 to Mather Road, which is approximately 7.2 miles, using the same cold and foam place recycling of the existing roadway and overlaying with a hot mix asphalt. The project will also include rehabilitation or replacement of drainage culverts on Evergreen Road and installing guardrail in areas of safety concern. This project is estimated to be $6.46 million with a local match of $741,000. And lastly, engineering has Red Hills Road. This project will reconstruct Red Hills Road from LaGrange Road to Sims Road, approximately 2.7 miles, using the same cold foam in-place recycling on the existing roadway and overlaying with hot mix asphalt. The replacements of the low water fords on Red Hills Road have been programmed for replacement through the Highway Bridge Program, which one of them we have brought in front of your board, and we are anticipated to do 2 more upon the next cycle under that program. This project for the reconstruction of the roadway is estimated to be $2.3 million with a local match of $247,000.
Mr. Chairman?
Okay.
Just a quick question. Would you explain where the local match money may come from?
I'm going to defer to Bev.
The local match money could certainly be county funds, or they could be RSTP funds, our regional exchange funds that the Tuolumne County Transportation Council administers, or some other funding source working with TCTC to secure for meeting our local match requirements. These projects, again, we have a deadline at the end of this month to submit the proposals, and then if any or all of these are selected, it will be a number of years, but during that time we would work with your board to identify the matching funds if we wish to pursue these projects.
Thank you.
Okay. Ms. Brennan?
Yeah. Somewhere I think I read the priority of roads and just had a question on...
The priorities shown on the table at the bottom of page 2 of the agenda report.
With Pinecrest Lake Road as your number 1 and Evergreen as number 2, does Hetch Hetchy help with any of the maintenance on Evergreen Road?
No, it does not, but we would certainly be asking for their support, a letter of support for these applications, and then hopefully asking them if they would be willing to support at some point with some financial assistance. But right now they do not.
Nice. And also the Park Service.
The Park Service, yes.
Yes, thank you.
Okay, any further questions? I did a quick calculation, and because the table looks like it is double dipping in that one spot, and we're talking about $13.6 million and about $1.5 million in matching funds. Roads ain't cheap. What is your assessment of our chances of getting this kind of money?
Engineering is looking at being very creative in our writing. There are a lot of use, especially at Pinecrest Lake, that would qualify that project to be rated high under the, I believe they call it the PDC, which is Project Development Committee, I believe the acronym is. And addressing more of those economic benefits to our community, just as Evergreen Road. So that's kind of how we rated our priorities.
Well, Dodge Ridge Road, too, for that matter. I mean,
Yes.
our tourists come there for recreation, particularly in the winter, and as we all know, except for the portion that we recently redid, that's pretty serious shape, that road, bad. So we can certainly use this. Mr. Royce.
Yeah, just curious. There's projects going on up at Pinecrest, bathrooms. There's going to be work. They're planning right now for the campground plan and all that type of stuff for the FERC license. Is this being done or coordinated with the Forest Service in that project at all? Is it going to? I know there's potential for different parking lots and encroachments. And you guys sat in on some of the meetings with the Forest Service.
Certainly, if this project's selected, we would certainly be working with the Forest on
Timing
it.
that.
The Forest Service is very supportive of this proposal. As you know from those meetings, that PG&E, who is required to fund those improvements to the Pinecrest area, the roads themselves were not included.
Right.
And we felt that was certainly an oversight and should have been some requirement to do that, as well as fix up parking lots and everything else up there in the campgrounds. So to me, this is why this could score very well, because of the activity up there and that very high use area in the forest.
I would agree. Good.
Okay. Any more comments from the board? How about public? Okay. Chair would entertain a motion.
Yeah, I'd be happy to move on staff recommendation.
Second. Okay. Motion by Supervisor Royce, second by Supervisor Gray.
Do we not have to select an option on the ski area? Dodge Ridge?
Yes, Supervisor. We would like your board direction to either create two projects out of that, a Dodge Ridge Road up to Loop Road, and then a separate Loop Road project, so we'd actually be submitting 5 applications, or just to direct us to include Loop Road with Dodge Ridge Road. So you actually have some choices here. The Transportation Committee at its meeting yesterday recommended creating a separate Loop Road project for Dodge Ridge Road.
Do you feel that that's more competitive and more likely to be selected for funding? Is that the reasoning?
I think you actually might be better asking for the entire project now. We don't know when these funds might be available again. This may be one of our only opportunities to fund under this program. This is only a 2-year federal transportation bill, so again, in 2 years, things could totally change again.
All for one shot.
Yeah, keep it all together then.
Yeah.
Okay.
Economy of scale is also for the project cost, I think.
So that's your motion?
Yeah.
Okay.
Second.
Okay. So we got the motion, the second clarified. Any further questions, comments? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Okay, let's see. Item 18.
Consideration of referring an ordinance amending various sections of the zoning ordinance to the County Planning Commission for review and recommendation.
Good morning, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Mike Laird, Deputy CRA Director. Over the past year, several issues have been accumulating that would require amendments to our zoning ordinance. The need for these proposed amendments has arisen due to changes in state law, inability to accommodate the desires of property owners under our current regulations, and the need for streamlining. The issues that we've identified include the following. Cottage food operations. The California Homemade Food Act became effective on January 1st of this year. It requires us to address in some fashion cottage food operations in our zoning ordinance. We're proposing utilizing the least cost and least requirement alternative on property owners, just making cottage food operations a permitted use of residential property. Mobile food vendors. They have not been addressed in our zoning ordinance, and they're becoming more and more popular. So as are outdoor food sales establishments and parking lots and stuff. So we're proposing some amendments to the zoning ordinance to distinguish between those two and provide some rules for mobile food vendors to identify where and under what conditions they can operate. Music festivals. As you know, Chapter 5.12 of the Ordinance Code allows a music festival if you obtain a special use permit from your board or your board secretary in the case of amendments for music festivals that anticipate 1,000 persons or more in attendance. So there's no rules for music festivals that have less than 1,000 people. Similarly, Chapter 5.12 refers back to the zoning ordinance and says, they're allowed where the zoning ordinance says, and the zoning ordinance to this date is silent on those. So we're proposing to say where music festivals are permitted and propose that they can be festivals for less than 1,000 people could be allowed subject to obtaining a use permit. Over the last year and a half, we've had several complaints about music festivals for less than 1,000 persons that just went on all night long, and the neighboring residents didn't like it much. So this would give them an opportunity to weigh in on those. The next item is provision of entertainment within 200 feet of a residential district. Right now, the zoning ordinance says, if your establishment is within 200 feet of a residential district, you can't have entertainers. So we're proposing some rules where you could, and some where you could if you got a use permit. The basic concern being noise. Commercial timber harvesting, we're trying to bring the zoning ordinance requirements into line with the California Forest Practice Act. I don't think there's any big issue there. Non-conforming agricultural land uses. Your board brought this issue forth when you considered the Klein and Burlarley tentative parcel map a couple months ago. And we're just proposing that non-conforming agricultural uses, they're made non-conforming by a zone change, usually to open space, would be exempt from the abandonment provision. So if somebody's grazing their land and it gets zoned to open space along a creek corridor and they don't graze it for a couple of years, they don't lose the right to do so. And the last streamlining effort we're proposing is to remove the requirement to obtain a planned unit development permit for developments in the commercial recreation and mixed-use zoning districts. We already have other permit processes in place that can do the job. And as you know, planned unit development permits are basically applied for when you need an exception from the normal application of our processes. The proposed amendments were considered by your planning committee at its meeting on March 21st, 2013. At that meeting, the planning committee endorsed the proposed revisions and requested 3 additional changes. That we add tent revivals, circuses, and carnivals to the list of conditional uses in the TPZ district, which we've done. We reviewed state law, we checked with the area forester. There was no problem with doing that. This would essentially allow people to have music festivals on property zone TPZ, subject to securing a use permit. The second change that the Planning Committee requested was that we move public safety facilities from conditional uses to permitted uses in the mixed-use district, which we've done. That's very similar to what would be occurring in the agricultural districts. And the third change was that we changed the duration that a mobile food vendor can remain in one location from 1 hour to 2 hours. That change has been made. However, the Health and Safety Code requires that if a mobile food vendor is on one site for longer than an hour, they have to provide restroom facilities with hot and cold running water. So it may be problematic to go longer than an hour, unless you're going to be there full time. So, at this point, we would request that your board refer the proposed amendments to the zoning ordinance to the county planning commissions for their review and recommendation back to you. I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, any questions from the board? Okay, is there any public comment or question? Seeing none, bring it back to the board for motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move that we send this to the local planning commissions for their review. We'll be seeing it again.
Okay.
Second.
Any last comment? Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Royce. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break. Be back here at 10:45.
Looks like he wants another horse.
That looked like a look.
Looks like he's looking for a horse. I am looking for a horse.
Yeah, you're 11.
Yep. Okay.
11, I don't know how long.
I am.
We're going to go.
I am.
You know, they're at least a half hour.
Well, no, there's no parade.
You know, all these things. None are killer.
Just want to make sure that gets you something. How water? What do I need to do?
I have to run to the restroom. I'll be
Show up before lunch.
Not going to run anywhere.
Okay.
Right. Well, the only thing I was saying, but people need to focus, get ready for this.
Doesn't specify the method that they would track, but leaves it open to them to take care of that.
Is that satisfactory, Supervisor Brennan? Okay. Then I'll entertain the motion.
So moved.
Second.
Okay, motion by Supervisor Brennan, second by Supervisor Roderfer to approve the communication correspondence. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Carried. Thank you. Okay, then we will move to, do we need to become the Air Pollution Control District? Okay, we're going to temporarily recess the Board of Supervisors and become the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District. And would you read item 19, please?
Consideration of resolution authorizing the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District to redirect Carl Moyer Year 13 funds to San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District.
Ms. Helmar.
Good morning, Chairman Hanfeld and members of the board. Vicki Helmar, Air Pollution Control Officer. In March of 2011, the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District applied for and was awarded $200,000 for Year 13 Carl Moyer Grant Program. This annual grant program provides funding to encourage the voluntary purchase of cleaner-than-required engines, equipment, and emission technologies to reduce mobile source air pollution. The statutory deadline for the expenditure of Year 13 Carl Moyer funds is June 30th, 2013. The district has only been able to expend $25,380 of the $200,000 awarded. Several local projects were unable to qualify for the grant funding because they could not meet the cost-effectiveness criteria or the equipment that needed replacement was not eligible for the program. One of the proposed projects that could not qualify was the replacement of the county fire engine, which we had budgeted for. Tuolumne County has a balance of $174,620 in Year 13 funds that cannot be expended by June 30th. The district must return the unused funds to the California Air Resources Board or redirect those funds to another air pollution control district that can demonstrate the ability to expend any transferred funds by the deadline. Staff is recommending that its unused funds be transferred to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District rather than returning them to the Air Resources Board. San Joaquin Valley has viable emission projects ready to go for which they have no funding and can use these funds to support these projects. Redirecting these funds to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District will benefit our district as well, since Tuolumne County is impacted by transport pollution from the San Joaquin Valley. In order to transfer the funds to the San Joaquin Valley Air Pollution Control District, the California Air Resources Board requires the Tuolumne County Air Pollution Control District Board to adopt a resolution authorizing the redirection of the funds. I am requesting that your board adopt the resolution that's included in your packet.
Questions of Ms. Hillmore?
Yes, the reasoning why the fire truck wouldn't comply.
The reasoning was that it could not meet the cost-effectiveness criteria, which means that we don't have the miles or the gallons used that would make it a viable project.
Okay, thank you.
We need to drive our fire truck more?
Yes.
That's what I thought you said.
Then it wears out faster and we have to buy another one.
I see. Okay. Any further questions of Ms. Hillmore? Okay. The chair would entertain a motion.
Mr. Chairman, I move we adopt the resolution.
I second.
Motion by Supervisor Gray, second by Supervisor Rotifer to adopt the motion on the Carl Moyer funds. Any further comments or questions? All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. Passed.
Thank you.
Thank you. So we will now adjourn as the Air Pollution Control District and reconvene as the Board of Supervisors, Tuolumne County. Item 20, would you read that, please?
Consideration of approving the amendment to the joint exercise of power agreement between Tuolumne County and California Mental Health Services Authority governing Cal HMSA operations.
Good morning to the Community and Board of Supervisors. My name is Rita Austin. I'm the Director of the Behavioral Health Department. Brought before you a consideration for an amendment to the joint powers agreement that is governed by the operations of the Mental Health Services Authority. On October 4th in 2011, the Board approved the agreement to join the California Mental Health Services Authority, which is a joint powers authority that is sponsored by the Mental Health Directors Association. The agreement allowed that the county mental health programs can act together to manage the statewide prevention and early intervention projects that were funded under Prop 63, which was actually voter approved in 2004. Currently, there are 50 counties that are participating in this JPA. Myself, Rita Austin, as the Behavioral Health Director, is a member of the JPA and also an executive board representative for the Central Region, California, extending from Sacramento down to Fresno. The JPA has served to operate collectively on an economy of scale with the funds from Prop 63. There were three key areas initially when the initiative was established with workforce education and training, suicide prevention, and stigma reduction. And the county has benefited as a result of the offset from the original funds to a statewide project that has been managed by the JPA by a multitude of projects that have come to county. And just so that it's understood, there are two layers. We have local MHSA funding, and then we have statewide offset for these initiatives. The Yosemite College District, through Columbia College, has received an award for projects for outreach to students at the college. We have had a number of county employees through the workforce education who were able to avail themselves of advanced education for graduate programs. We have a county bullying program that has been funded by the state and has done an excellent job of outreach. We received a report on that yesterday. At this point in time, the funds that were originally offset are going to be essentially expended by the end of 2014. And the county projects and the county directors have found that this JPA has been highly effective in the kind of the collective market power that has been expressed by the joint activities of the board. We are requesting at this point, or there's a request by the authority that this agreement, this authority be continued even after the exhaustion of the initial offset, so that there can be an ongoing collective unit that is able to engage in projects. The resolution, the agreement that has come before you with the amendments, essentially expands that so that the powers are expanded outside of the prevention and early intervention projects under which it was initially established, so that we can continue to negotiate, especially with any number of projects that are coming up that are both statewide and regional efforts. The areas that are being requested in terms of the changes are to incorporate the recitals that are additional statutory basis for the counties to act together. That is attached to your packet. Clarify that the Board of Directors exercises the powers and conducts the business of CalMHSA. That would be the representative members of the mental health directors. Expressly incorporate the reference to any matters provided for more specifically in the bylaws, including the election of the officers by the Board of Directors, creation of and delegation to committees and authority for executive committee, which is made up of the directors, and to act in the absence of a quorum of the board. Clarify which government code provisions regarding treasurers are utilized by CalMHSA. Clarify termination and disposition procedures. Clarify the amendment procedure, and clarification of the definition of the member, and expansion of the definition of the programs to include behavioral health programs as well as mental health, so that under realignment 2011 there was a broader fund application that included both mental health and drug and alcohol services. So this provides for us to more collectively operate with the funds from realignment 2011. There is no change in any financial obligation. Any projects that are recommended by the JPA, or which Tuolumne County may wish to participate in, would have to come back to this board for approval prior to any commitment for any fiscal change in what we have already projected. So there's no additional financial obligation, and we are not obligated to participate in any program or project that is undertaken by the JPA as a whole. So as a recommendation, we are requesting that your board approve the amendment to the joint exercise of powers agreement between the county and the California Mental Health Services Authority governing CalMHSA operations, and further authorize the behavioral health director to sign.
Questions? Supervisor Gray?
Yes, just a clarification. The funds for this program are going to run out when?
The funds from the initial offset actually appear to be, for the larger projects, are diminished to the point where we can no longer continue them in 2014.
Okay, and then what are the plans after 2014?
After 2014, there are some residual funds that their intent is to use for monitoring and assuring that there was integrity to the programs that were funded, so there was a small part. Part of the purpose of the expansion of the JPA and the continuation of the JPA is, should we choose as counties, say a small county collective, wanted to come together to engage in a particular project that would be, say, rule-oriented, then we would have that power to be able to exercise that out of our own PEI funds. So hence, it would come back to the board. We have found that the economy of scale, and we found that market value, when we collectively operate, we're able to obviously better fund broader projects than we can independently. So at that point, any future commitments and any future funding would actually be a decision that would go through a stakeholder process locally terms of interest in a project and dedication of funding through our MHSA funds that would best benefit our community.
Okay, thank you.
Supervisor Brennan?
Yeah, I just want to commend Rita. I do sit on the Mental Health Committee, and I hope our publics understand what another example of just a fantastic employee who's looking ahead. And in reading this, I was trying to understand if there was any opportunity for some of those realignment funds, if there would be any carryover. And that's kind of how I saw this, is just keeping some infrastructure in place. If those opportunities presented themselves, then the ability would be there to move forward in a more efficient way. And so, again, thank you for your forward thinking, and I'm prepared to support this.
Thank you.
Any more questions, comments? Anything from the public? Okay. Chair would entertain a motion on this subject.
So moved.
Second.
Motion by Supervisor Brennan and second by Supervisor Gray to go forth with the recommendation. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Unanimous. It is 11 o'clock in Tuolumne County. So if the clerk would read our 11 o'clock appointment, please.
Presentation on the Central Sierra Child Support Agency Joint Powers Agreement.
We have with us today the Executive Director, Adele Hendrickson, and so I'm going to turn the microphone over to Adele.
Thank you very much, Mr. Hanfeld, and good morning to the board. I'm Adele Hendrickson. I'm the Executive Director of the Central Sierra Child Support Agency. I'm actually delighted to do this presentation this morning because it's been 2 years, a little over 2 years, since the Tuolumne County Department of Child Support Services joined the JPA, and so we have a 2-year record of our 4-county agency now, and so it's a good time to present to the board how that's working. So when Mr. Pedro indicated he wanted me to do a presentation among the series of JPA presentations, I thought it was well-timed in terms of our agency. We were all given basic topics to cover, and it fits well with the nature of the information that I think your board is interested in having. The history of the JPA is actually within the context of the child support program in California. In 1975, the federal government determined that every state should have a child support enforcement program, and that's through the Social Security Act. It's Section 4D of the Social Security Act. And in California, until 2000, the child support enforcement program was provided through the district attorney's offices. Those of you who are old enough maybe know about the Family Support Division. That's what we were called when we were with the department, with the district attorney's office. With the new legislation in 1999, the child support enforcement program became a state department under the umbrella of the State Health and Human Services Agency, and each county was empowered with the ability to have an independent department in its county structure to provide child support enforcement services. So in Tuolumne County, that was done through the Department of Child Support Services, and we transitioned actually in 2001 from the district attorney's office to the child support department. The empowering legislation also enabled the State Department director to determine if services would be better served in each county through regionalizing some of those services. And so that was done during the period of 2000-2003 in 5 regional agencies. One of those was the Central Sierra Child Support Agency, and at that time that consisted of Alpine, Amador, and Calaveras. At that time, Tuolumne County was considered for joining the agency, but the board, the CAO at the time, and frankly, I didn't feel that it was in the interest of the county program to be part of that agency. Things changed, however, over the years in that the program itself changed and personnel changed and the cooperative nature of the three counties themselves, among themselves, changed, and it was appropriate to consider at some point regionalizing to really obtain better services through consolidation and also economies of scale. So it took about a year for us to work with the Tuolumne County Board of Supervisors, the other three counties, and the JPA itself to have Tuolumne County incorporated into the agency, and that was done effective January 1, 2011. And at that time, all of the employees of the Tuolumne County Department of Child Support Services became employees of the JPA, the Central Sierra Child Support Agency, JPA. Now, there are 5 regional child support enforcement programs in California, but the Central Sierra Child Support Agency is the only JPA agency. The others are 2 county agreements, and they are designed through MOUs between those counties. But in the JPA, it's a separate public entity which has its whole range of governmental structure and responsibilities and nature of the services. The JPA governance structure is through an amended and restated joint powers agreement, and your packet has a copy of that. It's amended because it added Tuolumne County, and there's some references to the 4 county agencies, etc. The JPA is governed by a board of directors of 7 individuals, 2 from each of the boards of supervisors of the larger counties of Amador, Calaveras, and Tuolumne, and then 1 member from the county of Alpine. The board officers are elected in January of each year, which is our business meeting, just as it is for boards of supervisors when the structures, assignments, et cetera, are made. And at that time, we also do an appointment of our general counsel. We adopt an annual work plan for the agency. And for the last 2 years, we've adopted an annual calendar of our meetings so that the commitments of the members of the board of directors can be set out rather than having to be ad hoc month to month. The funding of child support agencies, and that includes the Central Sierra Child Support Agency, is through federal and state funding, and it's a percent share, 34% state general fund and 66% federal monies. The federal monies are determined through a formula that includes the amount of collections of assisted collections that we have, and I'll talk about what that means in a minute, and how California as a state performs relative to other states on 5 performance measures. The child support program is actually pretty unique nationally in that there are a lot of matrices that govern us, and our funding actually relates to having to perform well in certain components. One is the number of paternities that we establish. One is the number of orders that we establish, orders for child support and medical support. One is our percent of collections on current support. We collect current support for families, and we collect arrears where the current support hasn't been paid. And then the collection on the percent of cases we have where there are arrears cases, and we actually collect on those. And then the 5th measure is cost effectiveness. That is the cost of operations and the amount of collections that we receive. So the state receives monies from the federal governments based on how the state performs. And then within the state, there are 51 programs, and each of us receives commendations based on how we perform relatively to the other agencies. No member county contributes to our funding. It is possible for counties to contribute to the child support program, and when a county does provide monies, it's matched by $2 by the state. It's the same match as by the federal government. It's the same match that the state has. So the state's a 34.66 match. If a county contributes, it's $1 for every $2. However, no member county, pursuant to the JPA, does contribute revenue, and that was a way for counties to feel that cost containment would occur, that they wouldn't have an additional responsibility to fund the JPA beyond what the state and federal government did. Our agency, as our department, when it was part of the county structure, has always operated in the black. We have never had to ask for additional monies, absent one year, and that had to do with penalties from the county of Tuolumne or from the JPA itself. And under the current JPA, there's no way that any county would be forced to contribute, even if that were the case. The JPA provides that we develop a preliminary budget just as the counties do, and our requirement is to do so by April 1st of each year, and then we adopt a final budget after the state has adopted the budget. What happens is early in the year, when the governor's budget comes out, an allocation is made for the child support program, and based on that allocation, we, child support programs, receive an initial allocation amount so that we know what our funding will be so that we can build our budget. And then we, after the state adopts the budget, adjust that if we need to. We did need to in 2012 because as part of the mid-year adjustments, the child support program was reduced by a certain percent and the agency funding was reduced by $119,000. So that was the first time that we ever had to do a mid-year adjustment really in our final budget from our initial budget. We are audited annually by an independent accounting firm, and we are audited every 3 years by the State Department to make certain that all of our expenditures meet the federal and state requirements. The way we receive our money is different from some others in that we receive an advance on our allocation. Every month we receive 1/12 of what the allocation is. Every 3 months the state looks at what we've spent and adjusts the subsequent allocation if we haven't spent everything. So for us, every fourth allocation is reduced because we actually never spend 100% of the allocation that we receive. We are not able to carry over monies from year to year, so if we don't spend 100% of our allocation, that reverts to the state program, and for the last several years, actually, the state program has returned that to the state general fund. In 2012, we actually only spent 93.8% of our budget, so we have been year to year underspending. Now, what does the child support program do? Many people think we're child welfare services. They confuse us with child support as child support services being child welfare services. Child support services refer to a child support enforcement program. And what the program does is establish orders for paternity for separated families when the families are no longer intact. We establish and collect orders for child support from the absent parent, and we establish orders for obtaining medical insurance and then follow up to ensure that the medical insurance is in place. And 15 years ago, our caseload was such that 3/4 of the families we served actually were on public assistance. Now that's the flip of that. We actually provide services to about 78% of our caseload is non-assisted, non-currently assisted, and 22% of that caseload has never been assisted. So I'll talk a little bit later about how our program differs from other programs, but that's one of the ways, is that we actually are not just a cost recovery program, which is what the initial program developed by the federal government was intended for, to recoup public assistance that was paid for families on aid. We have a lot of tools that we didn't have in the past. We have a statewide case management system, so any county can look at any other county's cases so that we're not duplicating services, we're not creating a second case. In years past, we did do that. We had a huge number of duplicate cases across the state. So anyone can come into our office who has a child support case in California, and we can help them, even if that case is being managed by Riverside County or Los Angeles County. So that having that statewide automation system has been a real assist in our being able to assist families. We have a accessibility by an interactive voice response system, a free phone line 24 hours a day, where people can go in who are members who have cases in our caseload, and they can put in their identification information. They'll know what the status of their case is. They'll know if a payment they've made has shows up in the record, or if a payment has been made and they can expect to get it. Child support can be paid by wage assignment. Most child support is paid by wage assignment. It can be paid by credit card. It can be paid, and it can be received through an EBT card, so that it's all done automatically, loaded up onto their little credit card, so that it hopefully means that the participants in our program are able to really utilize the tools that are available for them, so that they can know what's happening in their case, know when they can expect monies to come to them. Now, what distinguishes the Child Support Enforcement Program from other programs that are under the umbrella of the Health and Human Services Agency is that we don't give out services. We don't give money. We don't give health benefits, etc. We actually provide cost recovery to the public assistance programs when individuals are on Medi-Cal, or individuals are on CalWORKS or foster care, or dependents in the dependency program. If a person is on public assistance and goes off public assistance, any monies that accrued during the time they were on public assistance for unpaid child support, we continue to collect. So many of our collections after the family is off aid come back to the county, the state, and the federal government. Approximately a third of the collections in the state of California are cost recovery collections. That means the other two-thirds go directly to families, and that's an important component of our program that I'll talk about in a minute. Our program is revenue generating to the county, the state, and the federal government. And of the third that comes from the cost recovery program, 47% goes to the federal government, 47% to the state general fund, and then 5 to 6% goes to the county. 2.5% is county general fund. The rest is for direct reimbursement for kin, gap, foster care, etc. Now, for the past 2 years, the state has withheld that 2.5% from the counties. In the current 13-14 budget, the governor has proposed that be returned to the counties. We'll see if that happens or not, but that's the formula, that approximately 5% of the monies we collect through the cost recovery should come back to the county for the county residents. And then the third and probably most important aspect of what we do is, because of the fact that 78% of our caseload is now not on current assistance, that money we collect goes directly to families, and that money then is included in their income for purposes of any application for any needs assessment program. For many families, it's the difference between not having to go on CalWORKS and going on CalWORKS. So it's significant for us to be a cost avoidance program. Our caseload is poorer in our 4 counties than it is in the state in general. We're also very large. We're actually, of the 4 counties in our agency, geographically, we're third largest in the state in terms of the programs. We have a poorer population. We also have, with the exception of Alpine County, a less diversified population, because we have less than 5% of our population is non-white. In Alpine County, we're heavily Native American, but 25% is Native American, which is high, of course. But that's also a very small county, and our caseload there is very small. Of the total population, Tuolumne County's population is about 40% of the total agency population, but we're 48% of the agency caseload, and that's partially because we're the second poorest of the 4 counties. We're also larger in terms of the population and the caseload. We have 5 offices. 3 of them, however, are what we call satellite offices, and they're located in the welfare departments in the smaller counties. There's one in Sutter Creek, which is Amador County. There's one in San Andreas. And in San Andreas, that's the only presence we have as an agency for child support is those two individuals in the welfare department in San Andreas. And then we have one person who works in Markleyville. And that's a very small caseload. That's the Alpine caseload. But she also, because we have a statewide automation system, she does work on other cases in the caseload. She does some specialized work. So she maintains her very small caseload, but she also adds support to the larger caseload. And she's also one of our members of our call center, because we have an agency-wide call center, which I'll talk about in a minute. We have a total of 49 staff. Our largest office is actually in Jackson, and there we house all but four of the Amador and Calaveras caseload managers. In Sonora, we handle all of the Tuolumne County caseload. So we have 23 in the Sonora office, and the rest are in the Jackson office. I provided you an organizational chart if you care. It's a little complex, and it kind of shows what the differences are about how we service the particular agency, and it shows how having this JPA didn't obliterate some of the differences among the different counties and how the work is done. Although structurally and procedurally, we've standardized a lot of that. For 2012, I listed agency-wide and Tuolumne County accomplishments. And agency-wide, because we're a JPA, we have to provide HR, risk management, personnel, payroll, all the kinds of services that when we were, as a Tuolumne County department, served by the Tuolumne County staff, we now have to provide internally. So we, in our second year of 2012 as being a four-county agency, had more we needed to do in order to complete that transition, and that included developing a logo, business cards. We made teleconference available for all the offices, so we can have all agency meetings by teleconference, and that's been helpful in unifying really the agency. We also went from county-maintained IT services in 2012 to being managed by the state, and that's provided us with a unifying IT service that we didn't have before, and they also refreshed all of our computers and printers. But most importantly, because they programmed and designed the shared service, the shared drives in our IT system, we are able to have a document sharing spot for all 5 of the offices. We don't have to worry about emailing back and forth documents. We can deposit them all on our shared drive, and everybody has access to them. It's made it much easier to have meetings, to have documents that staff need, whether that's personnel related or case related. Our online procedure manual is online at a spot where everybody can see. Our meeting notes are all there, so it's been really a helpful thing. In terms of the child support program, we in Tuolumne County had been in the top 10 performing agencies in the state for several years, and some of the staff in Tuolumne County were concerned that when we joined the agency that somehow they wouldn't be in the top 10 performers. But we have continued to be in the top 10 performers. So the agency as a whole continues to be performing on those 5 federal performance measures that I mentioned. We are in the top 10, and we are actually number 2 in the state in 2012 for the percent of cases with a collection of current support. That's really significant given that the economics statewide has declined, but in our 4 foothill counties, it's particularly declined. And so despite all that, we've been able to collect a high percent of the current support orders that we make. And we also, our call center has done really well to maintain a high customer service level. The state has that 24-hour toll-free number that I told you about, but from 8 to 5, the state answers all the calls to that 800 number. And then they pad that through to the individual county programs or agency programs. So in the agency, we have a call center that consists of 3 staff 2 are situated in Tuolumne and 1 is in Jackson, and because of the statewide case management system, they can all look at the same data, they can service all those calls, and they can path the participants in the program to their case managers to have their questions answered, etc. And they do very well. We're among the highest performing call centers in the state. In Tuolumne County, some of our accomplishments included the fact that we finally imaged all of our open case files. So technically we're paperless, although as banks found when everything went computer, you still have your paper trails, and it's not like you're really paperless. But we now in our file room have practically no files, only the closed files. And it's very hollow, and we're going to remodel that space hopefully into more usable space. So that's been a real boon. And we were able to do that primarily through the state giving us extra money for that. So we did not have to use agency money for it. We hired temporary staff, and they worked very well, and they worked for 5 months in order to complete that task, and so we feel very good about that. And in the Tuolumne County records, we keep records separately for each of the counties as well as for cumulatively for the agency. And Tuolumne County exceeded all of its 2011 performance levels, which we were very pleased with. And we are particularly pleased at our increase in the performance measure of medical insurance in place, because with the decline of employment, employer-provided insurance has declined. So for us to be able to increase the number of cases where there's actually health insurance for children in place has been really a significant accomplishment. And we also have some of our services provided through the Tuolumne County departments, facilities, IT still. We have one station that's maintained by county IT. We have our checks when customers come in with cash instead of checks, we convert that to a check so we can send that to the state disbursement unit. And so we have a contract in place for all of those services with the county, and also our telephone service. So we are revenue generating in that sense for Tuolumne County too, because we do help support those particular departments. Our current goals include completing a website design where we'll have one website for the agency, which will link to each of the 4 county websites. And so it's kind of nice that the Tuolumne County website design is also being developed now, and so we can revise what is. We have links to current information on our county website, but it's not the best information, so we're hoping to really do better in that regard. Every year, we have a performance management plan which sets out what targets we have for the year and how we're going to get there. And so that's part of what our goals are, is to achieve those. We also want to increase our involvement with community agencies such as the AB 109 program in the counties, the workforce investment programs, because the services we provide in each of the counties really are a little different depending on the demographics of that county. So we want to stay involved with county activities to be able to do that. In Tuolumne County, we are looking and enjoying the new copier plan that the county has initiated. We currently are under a lease that was a long-term lease, and that's never been changed from the county to the agency, so that's one of our goals, is to do that this year. And we're going to continue to participate in Tuolumne County outreach activities like the ISIS Fair, Veterans Stand Down, the Health Fair, etc. Again, the community we serve really requires us to know what the community needs, and so we try to stay involved in that so that we can do that. Looking ahead, just as counties aren't quite sure how the Affordable Care Act is going to be implemented countywide, statewide, child support is one of the major programs in the nation to obtain child support health insurance for children, and yet the Affordable Care Act mentions child support once in its 960 pages, and all it did is define child support. It did not consider the fact that 25% of all the children in the nation are in the child support enforcement program. And as I say, one of our major requirements is that we obtain health insurance for children. So how the child support program fits within that, since the way the ACA is written, it's a tax enforcement, it's an IRS function. Well, that doesn't really get health insurance for children. All it does is penalize parents who don't get the health insurance for children. So we're working on finding out how we can actually be part of the program to make sure that all children have health insurance. And then the other challenge that we have in the future is the population in all 4 of our counties is declining, as you well know. That means the number of families is declining. That also seems to be, as a result, or causing the lack of employment opportunities. And if people don't have a job, they can't pay child support for their families. So that's a critical issue for us to see what we can do in terms of some outreach to be able to help match people with jobs, for example, or with training programs so that they can get jobs. So that's a challenge for us in the future. The presentation that you have includes a number of websites which have good information if you're interested in looking into that, among all the other tasks that you have as members of the Board of Supervisors. And then contact information is on the last slide. Now, I also have provided to you as a handout a child support handbook, which is the small handbook that you have in front of you, and that's what all participants in the program receive to inform them of the nature of what kind of services we provide, etc. The larger pamphlet is a document called Face of Child Support, and it's a product of the Child Support Directors Association, which is the Association of Child Support Directors in California, and we do a lot of outreach and information, and that is a publication that's prepared every 2 years as a snapshot of the child support program in California, and there's data and little scenarios about what happens. And then lastly, I've given you a summary of some more data that relates to Tuolumne County, and some of these numbers, when I put them together, I was surprised at them. The typical numbers that I look at are the caseload size, how many of our caseload is currently assisted, etc., what our collections are, those kinds of things. But when I looked at things that our staff do who aren't case managers, it's kind of mind-boggling. We had 16,421 calls to our agency last year in 2012. We had 2,805 visitors to our office during the year. We received 13,148 pieces of mail that we had to process, and we sent out 22,796 pieces of mail. So that's a lot of work. It also shows you, in terms of these mail issues, why imaging is so good. It's such a wonderful thing, not having to keep that paper. What we do is image what's important and toss it all, and it's in the computer system. The downside of that is when the computer system is down, we can't serve customers who come into our office. In the old days, we could just go pull the hard copy file, off of the wall, and we could talk to customers and help them. But now, when our system is down, we can't do that, and so that's not a good thing. We have 23 staff in the Sonora office, and so when you look at these numbers of documents, of customers, of calls, of orders, etc., that's a lot of work for the 23 staff. So I'm happy to take any questions.
Comment. A really good presentation. I think you did a great job of letting us know what you actually do, and I hope the public is paying attention, because it certainly is a program that's needed, and your group does an excellent job.
Thank you.
Any others? Ms. Brennan?
Yeah, I concur with what Supervisor Gray had to say. And just a quick question, you talked about in looking forward, the need to help with, I think you said job placement.
Yes.
And so will you be looking at working with some of the other JPAs that are already in existence, like the work... Motherload job training.
Yes.
Yes, the Work Investment Board and some of those.
Yes. In the past, some of the monies that were received by Motherload job training for individuals who were on welfare could also be used for payers of child support. but their funding was so limited. The hope is that at some point that funding will be higher so that we can do that sort of thing. One of our enforcement tools is when someone's not working and not able to work, rather than put them in jail for not paying support, because we can't put them in jail here because there's no place to put them, and a work program where they would work didn't work. But we can have them ordered to seek work and to go to mother-lode job training, and they have to report back. And actually, it's an interesting enforcement tool in that just having to come back to court every 3 months to say that you haven't got a job has actually meant that some individuals have just started paying support rather than having to come to court all the time.
Thank you for the presentation.
Thank you.
Any other questions? Couple. I was going to try and do this calculation. How has your budget been versus time? Your budget increasing? It looks to me like your caseload's decreasing, and I base that on the data you gave us.
Yes, it is decreasing.
It is decreasing.
Yes, it is.
Is that universally, county by county, decreasing? Or is it specific to Tuolumne County? Or?
No, it's statewide. The caseload is decreasing.
Are you scaring them away, or?
No, I don't think so. Most cases don't close because they close because they're paid off, or they close because the individuals move away from the county. So the caseload is declining in part because there are fewer children being born, actually, and fewer people who choose not to separate. Their families stay intact. And so while in the past you could count on a certain number of families separating, and that would be a new case to our caseload, families, because of economics, in part, are staying married. Also, the birth rate has declined, so those who aren't in a marital relationship, there are fewer children being born out of wedlock. Still way too many, but fewer. So just in general, it's declining. And I think, frankly, Mr. Hanfeld, one of the reasons that we don't spend 100% of our budget is because I have chosen not to just increase caseworkers because I could. I feel we are performing well, collecting well under the staffing that we have, so I haven't felt a need for us to increase. We're getting more out of the fewer staff that we have.
Okay, this is just part of my questions here, so we answer questions from the public. I took this number on the sheet you gave me, total collections for the agency, $11 million.
Yes.
That's what you, $11,141,000. That's what you're collecting, and we're spending $4,874,000.
Well, we did not spend that. We spent 93% of that.
93. Oh, yeah, you're right. Okay, so I got it.
And also, if you recall, Mr. Anvelt, one of the expenditure items in our budget in the last 2 years has been funding the transition. So we had an extra $200,000 we paid, which is not recurring, for the PERS contribution, and in the last 2 years, also the additional monies we've paid so that we have 100% leave liability fund funded. That
was another question. We are 100%.
We will be by June.
By the end of this year.
Yes. And those are monies which don't, frankly, go into generating collections. So the cost to the actual expenditures of the program going forth, except for cost increases, of course, will be less because we won't be making those huge contributions that we've made the last 2 years.
I also did some calculations off that table you provided us, and all I did, simple, dumb math, I divided your caseload by the population of the counties. Admittedly, we're talking 2013 caseload, and we're talking 2010 population.
Right.
And we believe ours has gone down a little bit. And we also have the prison, which exacerbates things. But Tuolumne County has the highest rate of cases per population.
Yes.
Significantly higher. I mean, Amador and Calaveras are under 4%, and we're over 5%.
Right.
And even Alpine is, but that's such a small county, one or two make a big difference, but we're over 5. And is that because we're a poorer county?
No, it's two things. Remember, 78% are not on welfare. So part of it is we've done better outreach to those who receive child support who are not on welfare, so that we're collecting a larger percent of our caseload is non-assisted, and so our caseload, it's all of that caseload is not poor. Only 22% is poor. So we have a higher non-assisted caseload in Tuolumne County, which is a good thing, because we have enforcement tools for families that a private person or a private attorney don't have in order to enable the child support which has been ordered to be paid, so that families actually receive what they are entitled to receive, so that the children have what they need. Child support levels are established by a formula, and the intention is just that be for basic food, shelter, and clothing. It's not for all the fun extra. So it's a critical component for families when they don't have a two-parent household.
And then I found it interesting. People can pay by credit card, and then you kind of put it on a credit card for the recipient. Is that right? Did I understand that right?
Well, yes, actually, I suppose, yes. It's a debit card, yes.
Yeah, debit card.
Most people don't pay by credit card because you don't want to pay the interest. Most
okay,
pay,
that was the question. Do they pay the extra cost of that?
Well, they do when they pay by credit card, but most child support is paid, like 65% of child support is paid by wage assignment. So when someone is working, it comes directly out of there.
I just thought it was interesting. You take money anyway, they'll give it to you, right?
Oh, yes. Literally.
You get points if you pay by credit.
You get points if you okay. Mileage.
Frequent flyer miles.
Okay. Well, thank you very much. That was very informative. Anybody else got any questions?
Just a quick comment. I just wanted to thank Adele also for her presentation. And I've been on the board since 2011, I believe. When I first came on the board, it was one of my first assignments. And Adele does a good job.
Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you very much. We appreciate this. It's good for the community. It's good for us to understand exactly what you're doing, and we appreciate it. Okay. We are 20 minutes to the hour. Would you like to go to closed session? Okay, we're going to skip reports for now, and would you read the closed session agenda, and we'll go to that.
Closed session, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation, Authority Government Code Section 549569D2, one case. Excuse me. Conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, and we have 2 matters. The negotiators are Craig Pedro, Maureen Frank, Authority Government Code Section 549568. Real property, commonly known as Little House, APN 6607006. Excuse me. The next one is the same negotiators, and the property is real property located at 20591 North Sunshine Road, APN 3806047. Conference with labor negotiators, Craig Pedro, Ann Friend, Bill Morris, Authority Government Code Section 549576, all bargaining units, and a closed session with public employee performance evaluation. Authority Government Code Section 54957, the title is County Administrator.
Mr. Chairman, I have to recuse myself from item 23. I own property within 500 feet, and I would request that you do that first, and then I can have a longer break.
Well, okay. We probably could do that. Okay. Do we expect to report out anything on any of these items? No. Okay. Then what we'll do is we'll go to closed session. We'll take item 23 first, giving Supervisor Gray a little bit of a break, and we will return at 1:30 for our regular appointments. Oh, we'll go to lunch. We'll break from closed session, then go to lunch. So, yeah, we'll break it after you. Thank you.
I'll get along great.
We may not get reports today. I'm afraid that's true.
probation officer. I see that you have quite an agenda this afternoon and are going to be very busy. So for the sake of brevity, I will summarize, and then if you have any questions, we'll go from there. As you know, with our budgets as difficult as they've been the last few years, all of us as department heads have been looking very hard at how we can maximize revenues and work within our budgets and still provide the services that we need to the public. Probation has gone through a very interesting time the last few years with the onset of AB 109 and additional tasks that are now on our plate and additional supervision and services that we must provide. So in light of that, in July of 2012, the department began to analyze our current fees on the books and look at new fees that could be established that would help us meet the needs of the community and provide the tasks that we're required to under the law. As a result of that, we met with Mr. Richardson of the County Administrator's Office and went through our fees and were given very comprehensive instruction on the fee analysis study. We completed that analysis study, went back to the County Administrator's Office, and also shared what we deduced with the Superior Court, since we worked directly with the court in establishing new fees. So with that, we then went forward, published in the newspaper as required by law, and before you today you have a new request for additional fees to be added to probation, as well as some fees to be increased. There were also many fees that did not change after our analysis. I'd like you to know that many fees are set legislatively, and irregardless of what we determine to be our costs, we cannot raise or change those fees. There are many that have increased, and we have established some new fees, primarily in the juvenile arena, to include a supervision fee, an electronic monitoring, administration, and daily supervision fee, a juvenile work program fee. And then in the adult arena, we added some violation of probation fees on a tiered schedule, depending on the amount of work and the length of the report that needed to be completed for the court. Community service fee, also the electronic monitoring, the same as juvenile, a transfer out fee, an interstate compact fee. When we transfer from one state to another, there's a great deal of paperwork that needs to be completed. So as a result of those fees, we are bringing a new fee schedule to you. I might also add that there has not been any increase in fees in probation for over 15 years. So it was long overdue. It was a lengthy study, so I can kind of see why it wasn't something that was easily done and not repeated every couple of years. But Mr. Richardson is here with me this afternoon to kind of briefly go over with you how these fees are assessed and what goes into the fee calculation. And then I also have my probation services analyst, Megan Boldeman, that is my number cruncher that can answer any specific fees that you have, any questions you have about any specific fees. So with that, I'll turn that over to Daniel.
Yes, good afternoon. Daniel Richardson, Deputy County Administrator. For some of the board members, this is your first time seeing a fee change, and so just go through the process. This is the same process which we've been using since Craig did them. Mr. Pedro did them way back when in the 80s, I believe. So it's been a long, long time. This is a process which takes into account the direct personnel costs, the costs of those who are actually administering the service. It also takes into account the supervision costs. Someone has to supervise those employees who provide the service. Also the services and supply costs. It takes materials to process any particular service, and then also the A87, the county-wide overhead cost. And so it has a formula for each of these, and it crunches those numbers, and they've used spreadsheets. I've gone through their calculations. They've done it well, and it comes out with a fee. And so they've done a fine job. You have the backup with you. That's just kind of a brief overview of how we arrive at county fees. There is an annual inflator that we apply at the end of each fiscal year, which takes into account and the average cost of the bargain unit increases that are negotiated each year. So it's kind of our local inflator. So that's how we come up with your user fees.
Okay, are there any questions of either Ms. Arnold or Mr. Richard? I'll start with you.
I have a couple questions. One with process, looking at this, it's a public hearing, and it says to adopt the ordinance amendments. Can we adopt them at this meeting, or is this going to be a first reading like we do other ordinances?
It is. You can adopt at this hearing
for things that require a public hearing, you can adopt the ordinance at that hearing.
Okay. A question I have is, we establish these fees, we've got these charges, and we're charging these fees to people that sometimes generally don't pay their bills, and that's why sometimes they're in the condition they are in. What percentage of our fees do we collect now? Do you have any idea?
Yes, I might add that in my haste to get through this quickly for you, I failed to tell you that on every fee that we have on the books, there is a sliding scale established. Okay. So, for instance, an electronic monitored daily fee may be $15, but when someone goes to ORR for fee assessment, that may be reduced. So we're trying to offset costs that are reasonable in our collections, knowing that in this day and age, it's often difficult. I can tell you that our estimated fees in 12-13 fiscal year, we estimated to collect $180,000 to $200,000 in fees. We've got about a 22% decline in collection fees over the last 5 years, and we've got about $1 million uncollected on the books right now. So our fee collection is very low. We're hoping to increase our fee collection by about $20,000 to $40,000 simply because we've got some new fees on the books. The electronic monitoring fee right now is being subsidized by our AB 109 program. And so we are paying a lot of the fees to help with the jail overcrowding and getting people into alternatives, recognizing we may still continue to do that, but also wanting to collect if there is an ability to pay. And that will be determined by ORR fee assessment.
Thank you.
Supervisor Royce, you had something? Okay. Do you have something, Ms. Burnham?
Yeah, I just was wondering, you said a number of these fees were set by the legislature. Do you have a sense, are they adequate or are they under?
I just have to say, in general, most fees are not adequate.
Correct.
So, we also try to look at neighboring fees on certain, neighboring counties on certain fees to try to set a consistency in fees, transfer of supervision, monthly supervision cost, things of that nature, so that they're reasonable. But do, need very much to pass that fee on if there is an ability to pay, so we can continue to deliver services and expand our services to the community.
Right. So I'm guessing that there's ongoing conversation with the legislature and Craig as to the need to fund these at an adequate level.
Yeah, this isn't just Tuolumne County in this situation, and you can kind of get it statewide. They'd like to see some uniformity statewide in some of these areas, but as Adele said, in certain areas, particularly in the long-adjusted areas, they like to set them at a standard rate. Whether or not it's adequate or not, that's how they do it. It may be adequate in LA, but it's not adequate for what we do here or something like that. But in most other areas of our fees, it says we can recover full reasonable costs that we can document. But several of these are not set that way.
Okay. Any more questions? Okay, this is a public hearing, so we'll open the public hearing and look for question or comments in favor of this fee structure from the public. How about, please?
Oh, I'm sorry.
No, this is just this subject to the fee structure for probational fees. That's all right. Okay, if there's none, anybody want to speak against? Anybody just want to say something? Okay, well, seeing none, well, I'm going to close the public hearing. Okay. Look for action from the board.
Mr. Chairman, I would move that we amend Tuolumne County Ordinance Subdivision L of the Section 3.40.010 and adopt the ordinance amendments as presented.
There's a second. Okay, I have a motion from Supervisor Gray, a second from Supervisor Rotifer. Any final comments, questions? Hearing none, I'll ask the question. All those in favor signify by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Carried unanimously.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Clerk, read item 2.
This is a public hearing to consider Golden State Holdings, LLC, a resolution to change the general plan land use designation, special ordinance amending section 1706.020 of the Tuolumne County Ordinance Code, conditional use permit and design review permit, and an indemnification agreement.
Okay, before we start this, I just want to make some comment about process here. We're going to get a presentation of the project from staff and the applicant, and then I'll open the public, and the board will ask questions if they like for clarification, and then I'll open the public hearing. I know that this is of interest, and there seems to be a lot of emotion associated with this based on the enormous numbers of comments, phone calls, emails, letters that we've gotten. Some of these have been, how shall I say, less than kind in how they've stated what they want to do. I will insist that you be direct but civil during the open hearing discussions. If you're not, I'll cut you off. And based on how many people want to speak, we'll set a time on how long we'll let you speak first. But we're going to start with the presentation of the product. We're going to take this from the beginning, consider it as a project. I know it's under appeal based on a Columbia Planning Commission action, but we're going to review the project in its entirety and look at it as a new project. So with that, Ms. Shane, would you care to tell us what you're presenting?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. I'm Bev Shane, Community Resources Director. Golden State Holdings, LLC owns 5.3 acres located on the northwest corner of the intersection of Union Hill Road and Parrots Ferry Road in the Columbia community. They would like to develop an 80-unit upscale apartment complex on their property. 10% of the units are proposed to be offered to medium or low-income households. The remainder will be market rate units. In order for them to develop their project, the applicants are requesting your support for an amendment to the Tuolumne County General Plan that would change the land use designation on the 5.3-acre site from general commercial airport overlay to mixed-use airport overlay, and also to rezone the property from general commercial design control combining, mobile home exclusion combining, airport combining, to 4.8 acres of mixed use, design control combining, mobile home exclusion combining, and airport combining, and 1/2 acre to open space with the airport combining zoning district. The open space is proposed to mitigate potential impacts on oak woodlands and wetlands that exist on the project site. The mixed-use zoning district allows for a combination of residential and commercial land uses as opposed to the site's existing general commercial zoning, which focuses on commercial land uses. This project also includes a conditional use permit to develop the 80-unit apartment units, a clubhouse, swimming pool, detached vehicle garages, detached carports, landscaping, utilities, and parking areas. A design review permit is also before you today that would be for the actual appearance and layout of the project. And finally, the project entails an indemnification agreement between the county and the applicant to hold the county harmless in the event that there is any challenge to your board's decisions. The process that we use for development projects entails early consultation with neighboring property owners as well as advisory agencies. Through that process, we heard many concerns expressed from people in the community. The concerns were focused on traffic and impacts to Parrots Ferry Road and Union Hill Road. The conditions of approval require a turn lane to be developed on Parrots Ferry Road for ingress and egress to the project site. This project will have vehicular access only from Parrots Ferry Road. There will be no vehicular access from Union Hill Road, although pedestrians could certainly utilize that road. Another concern was that the project would create a hazard to the airport and the flights going in and out of the Columbia Airport. That was in terms of the density of the project as well as lighting and glaring effect from the development project itself. Policy 3.3.2.1 of the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan expressly provides for developing the area along Parrots Ferry Road between Springfield Road and Highway 49 with higher density residential development up to 15 dwelling units per acre. This project is consistent with that policy. This project is also required through conditions of approval, the conditional use permit, to meet the requirements for glare and lighting that are provided in that compatibility plan for the airport. concerns were about impacts to wildlife. A biological resources study was conducted by Monk and Associates and determined that adequate mitigation for impacts to wildlife would be the proposed 1/2 acre of open space zoning. Another concern was crime that this development might generate, and conditions of approval also include lighting as a crime deterrent and for the evening, and this project would be subject to payment of the County Services Impact Mitigation Fee, which, as you know, goes to pay for sheriff, police protection, fire protection, and those types of emergency services, as well as general county services. Another concern that was expressed was the noise from the project. The project is proposed to be conditioned to mitigate those noise impacts by requiring consistency with the noise standards of the Tuolumne County General Plan. There were concerns about cultural resources on the site and how those might be impacted. A cultural resource study was done by Tom Orager and Associates. They did identify some cultural resources, but found that they did not qualify for listing on either the national or state registers for historical resources. They also found that another concern was the limestone on the site. The limestone in Columbia is a landmark, and there are many limestone outcroppings on this site. The limestone outcroppings, some will, of course, be removed if this project is approved. However, the developer is planning to incorporate some of those limestones into the landscaping plan, and I think you'll hear more about that from the developer when he presents the project. Drainage is another concern in the Columbia area. This particular project has been conditioned to require on-site retention and detention basin be provided. That means that any additional runoff generated from the development of the project will be contained on-site and would only be released into the nearby drainages on a metered basis so that it would not increase downstream flow. The setbacks from Parrots Ferry Road and visual quality were two other issues that were raised by neighboring property owners. This project has been designed to be consistent with the Columbia Design Guide, and the setbacks, although the neighbors would like a greater setback, does meet your county standards. And finally, another issue that was raised was about potential devaluation of the property for the neighbors, and also whether or not this project's really compatible with their community. Those are really decisions for your board to make after you consider the comments from the public today. The Columbia Area Planning Commission conducted, based upon those comments that we received and other information that we were provided for this project, we developed an initial study, which I declared then to be a mitigated negative declaration. Because all of the impacts that were identified by advisory agencies and by neighboring property owners and others in the community could be mitigated to a less than significant level. That is the criteria under CEQA in which we determine whether a project can be a mitigated negative declaration or whether or not an environmental impact report must be prepared. The mitigated negative declaration was released and for public review, for a 30-day public review period in accordance with CEQA, and we responded to the comments that we received, and those are all included in your agenda packages. Once that CEQA process was completed, the project was considered by the Columbia Area Planning Commission at a public hearing on March 21st. The commission, as you can see from their minutes, received and considered a lot of testimony that was presented at that meeting. They also considered the negative declaration and all the information that was provided to them. And after closing their public hearing, the Columbia Area Planning Commission recommended denial of the mitigated negative declaration prepared for the project because they found that certain information, such as a grading plan and the more detailed plans for the project, should have been presented to them for their consideration, and also that the neg deck did not fully address the potential to eliminate important examples of major periods of California history. The Columbia Commission also recommended denial of the general plan amendment citing inconsistency of the project with several goals, policies, and implementation programs of the Columbia Community Plan. They also recommend denial of the zone change, citing inconsistency with the Columbia Community Plan, and specifically Goal 15C7, which states that we should preserve existing commercial zoning in the Columbia planning area. The Columbia Planning Commission is a recommending body to your board on the general plan amendment and zone change. The commission is a decision-making body on the conditional use permit and the design review permit. Serving in that capacity as a decision-making body, the Columbia Commission did deny the conditional use permit based upon the finding that the project is inconsistent with the Columbia Community Plan, and that conditions 5, 6, 7, 17, 23, and 68 proposed for the conditional use permit had deficiencies, and finally that there was no condition provided that would protect the Columbia community in the event of a default by the applicant, which could leave the project a scar in their community if it was never built. The Columbia Commission denied the design review permit, citing inconsistency with the Columbia Design Guide, specifically regarding the parking areas and landscaping, and also because of the change to the topography they felt was not consistent with their design guide. The Columbia Commission did not make a recommendation to your board regarding the indemnification agreement. The Commission, although they had made those recommendations to your board, also made another recommendation to your board, and that was that the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan be amended by deleting policy 3.3.2.1, which is the policy I cited that allows for the higher density residential development along Parrots Ferry Road. And corresponding to that is a provision in section 17.49.050D of the County Ordinance Code in the AIR Combining District that has a similar provision for that higher density. So the Commission recommend that you also delete that. Now, those are not before you today, but those were recommendations from the Planning Commission. Although the Planning Commission is a decision-making body on the conditional use permit and design review permit, their decision is appealable to your board. On March 26th, the applicant did submit a letter of appeal of the Commission's decision. The basis for that appeal is stated in the letter is that the applicant has addressed all of the requirements of the county and other jurisdictions and has designed the project to be consistent with the Columbia Design Guide. Under the Tuolumne County zoning ordinance, an appeal on any aspect of an application submits the entire entitlement to comprehensive or de novo review. In a de novo hearing, the matter is considered as if it had not been previously heard or decided. So that is the parameter under which you're considering the use permit and the design review permit today. There are a couple other considerations I'll go over. Prior to the Columbia Planning Commission meeting, the applicant had met with the owner of the laundromat on the property next door and has made a recommendation to add a condition to address his neighbor's concerns, and that would be proposed condition 89. It's on page 4 of my memorandum. And that would be to add the condition that a coin-operated laundry shall not be placed on the project site as long as the laundromat remains on assessor's parcel number 33-033-04. And during the Columbia Area Planning Commission meeting, several neighbors expressed concerns about the potential impacts of blasting during the grading on the site on their wells. No blasting is currently proposed by the applicant. However, the applicant did contact Condor Earth Technologies and asked them to evaluate potential effects from blasting. There is a memorandum in your package from Condor Earth Technologies in which they state that they have done some evaluations, and I'll just quote, "We therefore conclude that the risk to nearby water supply wells or other improvements from blasting for this project will be negligible." Additionally, our senior planner, Adam Paskalski, did some review of well information in the Environmental Health Division, found that the nearest well to the project site is 630 feet away, and he has prepared A condition that you might want to consider adding, if you did decide to approve the project, that would be condition 32A, which basically says that before any blasting could occur on the site, a geologic and hydrologic study would need to be completed by a qualified consultant, and then their recommendations would have to be followed. So again, we're proposing some additional conditions, if you wish to consider that, to address any potential impacts on neighboring wells. Also, in your agenda package, the conditions of approval have several references to plans approved by the Columbia Area Planning Commission. Since the Commission did not approve that use permit, if your board does indeed approve the project, then conditions 17, 68, and 69 would be changed to refer to approval by your board. Since your agenda packages were distributed last week, we have received some additional information. That includes revised elevations submitted by the applicant, and he will be discussing that during his presentation. We received a letter from Joanne Fortuna Casey, and she lives in the Columbia area. She expressed opposition to the project. She's concerned about traffic, compatibility of the project with the neighborhood, and potential effects on resources, specifically water. We received an email from Richard Haratani stating his opposition to the project, and an email from Deborah Kleinite also expressing opposition to the project. She is concerned about whether or not there is adequate water and sewer to serve the project. You also received a letter from Pete Campa, the general manager from Tuolumne Utilities District, and Mr. Campa has stated and reiterated what was previously stated, is that TUD does have the capacity to serve this project with both water and sewer. And finally, this morning we received a letter from Donald P. Mooney, an attorney representing the Citizens for Responsible Growth, and in his letter he is advocating that an EIR be prepared for this project. Our Deputy CRA Directors Duke York and Mike Laird are here to help answer any questions that you may have about this project.
Board, do you have any questions on what you've heard so far? Clarification?
I think I can wait.
Okay. Okay. So are we ready then to have the applicant give us his presentation? Okay.
Yes.
My name is Gary Semning, and I am here representing Golden State Holdings and RC Equities, respectively the owner and the developer, as a principal. Mr. Chairman, board members, thank you very much for bringing our project up. And I think Bev did a great job of summarizing this whole thing. The packet that you have before you lists 89 conditions that we have agreed to on our project, covering virtually every aspect of every objection that's been brought forward on the project. So I'd like to go back, if I can, and kind of start at our beginning and bring forward why we have made this request. The property that I'm going to move forward my slide. The property outlined here represents the property that we've owned for a number of years. All the property that is shown, this area and this area, is zoned general commercial. And over the last 5 years, we have worked and talked extensively with major as well as regional as well as local retailers on coming into this market, and so that we could develop out a grocery, drug, hardware, a typical neighborhood shopping center. And from the work and the things that we did, the first thing that we realized was that retailers perceived the area as not having enough people living in it. It's difficult to get them to look out through the vista and to see all the housing that is out there. You can show them the demographics, all the demographics that you want. The reality is, when it comes to locating in a market, they like to see rooftops. And so after a number of years of working on this, repeatedly talking to retailers about coming into the marketplace and coming specifically into this area, we determined, one, is that we didn't need 18 acres of full general commercial property like we have. So then we started looking at the marketplace and saying, what is the specific need that we see in Tuolumne County and in the Columbia marketplace? We hired people to come up and study this marketplace out of San Diego, as well as out of Modesto, 2 separate companies. And the thing that they homed in on, the thing that anecdotally we had been hearing for several years, was that there was a gap in the marketplace, that the housing stock in Tuolumne County lacked adequate, workforce housing, and represented typically by apartment complexes. There's roughly 800 and some apartment units in the greater Sonora market area, of 5 units or better. Of those, the majority of those apartments are lower, median or low income. Most of them generally are subsidized housing. The gap that's in the marketplace is actually market rate workforce housing, the housing that the young people just starting out are looking for a place to move into and start up. The retired people or the seniors that are tired of living in in the homes and taking care of a home are looking for a place to go, for them to step down. After extensively studying this and thinking about it, roughly 2 years ago, I started talking with the CRA about what would be the best approach to reevaluate part of our property. And after looking at it and considering everything, in order to comply with the airport plan and everything, we settled on mixed use. It does 2 things. One, it maintains the underlying commercial nature, within that marketplace. So for the future, down the road, if there's ever a need and there's a need for redevelopment of the property, the commercial zoning is already in place for that. And 2, it provides for residential, new residents, within the marketplace. Columbia needs more residents, very simply. If you drive through that stretch of road leading from the Highway 49 into Columbia, what you notice, the first commercial buildings that you see coming up are vacant. And they're vacant because there's obviously, there's not enough business within that marketplace. So how do you create the business? The same way that any retailer is looking for. They're looking for people that permanently reside in the area. Columbia is a great tourist opportunity. But what they don't have is, immediately in the area, is enough people that live there year-round. What we're proposing with our 80 units, and they would be, the way that we have them planned and the way that we intend on building them, they'll be the nicest apartment units in Tuolumne County. This is not a low end. It's not for subsidized housing. We want workforce, business owners, storekeepers, managers, people that work at the hospital, people that work at the college, people, young people, in the area that want that transitional housing. They get to leave home. They get to go into a nice, safe, attractive environment in which to live. Apartment houses are not always bad places. I've lived in apartment houses. I dare say that most of the people in here at some point in their life have lived in an apartment. And it has nothing to do with the fact that it's apartment as to whether or not there are problems with it. It has to do with whether or not they're managed well. And and I believe that we can manage these things well. Let me go through a couple points. I don't want to, Bev has gone through and I think done a great job of summarizing the basic points on this thing, so I'm just going to highlight. One, every aspect of this project has already been mitigated. 89 conditions, all, ranging from the traffic as well as, the drainage, the design styles, the design of everything, virtually every aspect were conditioned. I don't think we can turn around, without running into a condition on this project. So the factors that are laid out in the Columbia County design guideline, we've looked at those extensively and we've tried to match up very closely with that. I'm going to go to another slide because I'd like to talk about specific points. They aren't particularly pretty colors, but they're there to be graphically identify some things. One is the open space and the landscaping in the project. Some people said it was crammed in, that it was too intensively developed. 82,000 square feet of a 5-acre site. That's just about 2 acres of the site. Our plan right now is open space and landscaping. That does not include parking lots. That doesn't include carports. That is just landscaping and open space. So, 26% of the project. That's highlighted in green. Everything you see in green is in landscaping and in open space. Two people are concerned about the entry, into Columbia, and how attractive that is and how it's characteristic. They want it to be characteristic of the marketplace. Quite frankly, this is the entry in front of our property. This is what it looks like. And, the concern about the rocks and how they are, culturally valuable to the area, and how by us developing our property, that somehow those rocks, that we have on our property would be taken away, and it was a loss. You cannot see those rocks, from our as you drive by. There's only a couple of points along the way that you can actually see these rocks. The only way you can see the rocks is by walking onto our property. And right now, we haven't given anybody permission to walk onto our property. So, long term, I don't see where, I'm probably not saying this right, but I don't see the value of the rocks in comparison to the need for housing and the need for, vitality in the marketplace. And if it's a choice between a rock and people having a job, or it's a choice between a rock and people having a place to live, I personally opt for the job, and I opt for a place to live. Because what we're going to do is build a very attractive, development along the frontage of our property. Starting at the intersection of Parrots Ferry Road and Union Hill, we're going to develop a series, we're going to utilize the rock outcroppings that are there, as well as some of the large rocks that we're going to be able to move on site. And we're going to develop a screen fence that runs the entire length of our property up to the ponding area. And that it'll be a series irregularly spaced, large rock outcroppings interspersed with what I call the old Chinese rock wall, the rubble walls that'll be built up to 3.5 to 4 feet, and the big boulders will go up to about 8 feet. We're going to utilize the rock that we have on our site to develop a very attractive entranceway into the community of Columbia. It's a look like that, or look like that. And I think that what we've proposed and what we will do along there, is going to be add to the community and add to the entry that goes into Columbia. Also, when it comes to traffic mitigation, general commercial allows us to put up to about 50,000 square feet on this property. This property has been zoned, as Bev said, for many years. At least 17, if not 20 years, longer. So having, it should become as no surprise to anyone that a purchaser of that property, an owner of that property, would want to develop it extensively. What we propose to do is actually step down the zone and reduce the impacts. Well, that does a couple of things, and the impacts on traffic. Currently, we project from our apartment complex that we would add about 429 trips per day. And in order to mitigate those 429 trips, what we're proposing to do is comply with the long-term plan that TCTC has put into place for the entranceway into Columbia between Parrots Ferry Road and Sawmill Flat. We intend on adding a left-hand turn lane, median turn lane down the center of our property. At the same time, we'll be adding in an additional traffic lane, so there will be a left-hand turn median plus 2 through lanes of traffic. The median through turn lane. In addition to which, we'll be adding pedestrian walkway, sidewalk, along the entire front of our property wrapping around Union Hill Road. We'll also be, from the improvements and the widening that we're going to be doing out there, there's already a known problem at the intersection of Union Hill Road. There's known problems at Sawmill Flat and through that stretch there. A number of accidents have been occurring in that area, and what we will actually be doing is not only mitigating our own, but we will be improving working conditions, along that highway right now. Drainage. There's been, I've seen a number of emails and stuff that have been floating around talking about the drainage, on the site. We don't get to pull a permit. We don't get to pull a permit of any kind unless we have gotten not only Tuolumne County's approval on this, but Water Board approval, Regional Water Quality Board approval. That means that we have to go through and whatever plan that we intend on implement for retention and detention, on our site has to be fully approved by 2 agencies. We intend on this using not only underground retention and detention, but we also intend on utilizing, what they call water harvesting methods now, where you actually store water on site and then you reuse that, as part of your landscaping. So, there's a variety of ways that we're not only going to retain and detain, but we're also going to capture that water now and reuse it, long term for the benefit of the center. There is no water that's going to be released from our site beyond what it already meters out of our site today. And that will be ensured by what the Regional Water Quality Board does, as well as what, Tuolumne County Engineering Department, requires of us. Site grading. We are going to grade the site, no question. And it's going to be extensively graded on the interiors. And it could turn out that, that we might have to blast. I don't know. We've had, people out, we've had people that are experts, that have come out and we've discussed it with them. It might, I'm not going to say it won't. And if we do, then we will deal with, making sure that whatever we do is not only safe, but it doesn't do any damage beyond our own property. What we are intending on doing is retaining along the peripheries of our development, along the frontage, in this area, around the corner, and through here, all the existing rock. The rocks that are currently actually visible on our property. Wherever we can retain the natural stone, we intend on doing that. And then in addition to that, we're going to supplement the development with reutilizing the rock on the interior, throughout all the landscape areas, as well as putting back and planting numerous trees, on the site. We want this to be attractive. We want to blend in. We also want it to screen. The setback from the property, in conjunction with the landscape strip that we're going to be doing on the property, should in fact, cover, and screen the thing. Why don't I just, kind of bring this thing, what I have to say to a close. I think this will be a positive, development for, Tuolumne County as well as Columbia. I think the schools in Columbia will gain because there will be more kids attending the schools. I think most of the schools in Tuolumne County have seen declining enrollment. They'll get impact fees. I think the merchants in Columbia are going to benefit from this by having 80 additional, family units that reside in that market less than a mile away. I think the county benefits from increased tax revenue. I think TUD benefits from increased revenue from, the water fees that we'd be paying. I think this is a good development. I'm not sure, quite frankly, I don't know why people are so opposed to it. It baffles me. It really does. When the alternative, that we could go out there and put 50,000 square feet of retail, I think underlying this basically comes down to, whether or not, people want change. And I don't think they want change. I think they would be happy if we chose to do nothing on the property. And I don't think that's fair. I don't think it's right. Just because, they have theirs doesn't mean that they should have mine also. They should, I should be able to utilize the property following all the rules. which is what we propose to do. We're following all the rules that have been laid out. We haven't asked for special treatment. We haven't asked for anything to be bent. We follow all the rules, and I think that that we should be able to utilize the property the way that we choose within those rules. Thank you, and I answer any questions.
Any questions right now?
Sorry, got to have my mic on. Any questions? Can you just answer one question? What size will these units be? Are you one-bedroom, two-bedroom units?
One-bedroom, two-bedroom units that range from roughly 700 square feet to 1,200 square feet.
And the rents on them?
The rents will range between $900 and $1,200 a month.
Thank you.
And by the way, I didn't, I kind of cut it short. I do have elevations if you'd like me to show them to you. I got rambling and I decided to cut myself off.
Why does he shoot them up? Because that
Yeah, why don't you just do that soon?
Well, first, there are three little slides here. One, this is my neighbor across the street, and this is, you know, the architectural look of his property. This is Columbia Village, and so you can see the architectural, you know, the gables, you know, and the look, you know, of that facility. This is the Habitat for Humanity project, and this is the look, you know, and the style of materials that they have. And this is what we propose. We propose to utilize, you know, and we worked closely with staff on this. I mean, it wasn't something that we just threw up. We worked with staff to make sure that we included the materials, you know, the railings, to pick up the architectural looks that already exist in the marketplace. We'll also be having, you know, we'll have a playground area for the kids, and that will be fitted between, you know, two of the buildings, a nice large playground area for the kids, as well as the clubhouse and the pool. Two different sizes of buildings. They look pretty much identical, just one's a little bit smaller. This is the one-bedroom units, the other one was the two-bedroom units. Okay.
Okay, any further questions? Okay. Any questions to staff before we open the public hearing? Okay, with that, I am going to open the public hearing. I've got a number of cards. I'd like to ask if there's anybody who did not turn in a card who also wishes to speak. I see a couple. Six. Okay, is that their card there? Okay, I have, here's some more. I have in excess of 20, so this is going to be a while since we take, how this works is we take people in favor, we take people opposed, we take neutral comments, and then we have one more round, and I believe the rules are you must speak in the first round to speak in the second round. Well, rebuttal and surrebuttal.
That is correct. To speak in rebuttal, you have to have spoken in favor, and to speak in surrebuttal, you have to have spoken in opposition.
Okay, we just want to make sure everybody's got the ground rules.
But if there's no rebuttal, there is no surrebuttal.
Okay. I have probably 25 or so, plus a few people. Let's see. I'm trying to figure out how many minutes we can allow. If I did 3 minutes, that's 75 minutes. That's a long time. And we go to surrebuttal and all that kind of thing. That's doubles that. That's we could easily be here for 3 hours. Okay, so I'm going to do 2 minutes. We'll see how that works. And you got a timer? Okay. Do I hear a complaint or something? The developer, Ms. Maravich, is one person, and and he is presenting the project to put it in perspective. And that's part of what we need to know. And the public will get a lot more than 2 minutes, and I just got 2 more cards. We'll see how it goes at 2 minutes a person. We're going to go ahead and we're not going to discuss the process. If you're going to discuss process, we're not going to discuss the process anymore. I've set the process.
I want to know if we can give our minutes to someone else who's speaking. If we have a partner.
I don't think so. And by the way, if you add new data, it will make your time much more valuable. So look, let's start with those in favor of the project now, and the applicant, you want to speak in favor of the project so you have a chance at rebuttal?
Yes. Yeah, I mean,
you're in favor of the
I'd like
project.
to approve my property.
Okay. Okay. Now, I'll call names of those who are talking about speaking in favor of the project. Mr. Sawyer.
I've listened to Gary's proposal, and I think it's a good one. I think the location is good.
Oh, you need to state your name. I'm sorry. You need to state your name.
I'm Ron Sawyer.
Okay.
I live on Yankee Hill Road out of Columbia. I've lived there for 15 years. We all of us live in that area, live in historical land. It was all used by miners. So if anybody's concerned about that, we've covered that. My wife and I, when we first married, lived in an apartment. I was an aeronautical student. I had a good, quiet place to study, and I didn't have to mow the lawn on the weekend. When my father died, my mother, who lived on a farm all her life, moved into an apartment, and now she didn't have to maintain property, and she had time to travel. Somehow people think that people living in apartments are drug dealers and thieves, and this is not true. People that live in apartments have better things to do with their time than maintain property. If you drive up Yankee Hill Road out of Columbia, you'll see what I mean. There are people up there that have old cars on their property that no longer run, horses that nobody rides. And managed apartment, none of this kind of land abuse is allowed. Properly managed apartments are clean and quiet. Most people that live up here moved up here for the beauty and the quiet.
You'll have to wrap it up.
Okay. That's all I have to say.
Okay. Thank you, Mr. Sawyer. Mr. Hillman?
Mr. Chairman, members of the board, my name is Barry Hillman, and I'm representing Bryan Lane Investors. We've owned property right there at the intersection for approximately 25 years now. And there are 3 issues that I'd like to draw people's attention to. First are the accidents that occur as you're turning from Parrots Ferry Road onto Union Hill Road. We've had innumerable accidents. In fact, approximately 3 weeks ago, I was rear-ended by a college student who was rushing to get to class at Columbia. And I am experienced in turning at that intersection, so I'd slowed way down. He was looking to the right to see traffic coming in from the swing there, and didn't see me stop and hit me. The second issue is that over the years, that entire property over there has been referred to consistently as a rock pile. And one aspect that's been very troubling to me as a property owner, I currently, by the way, own these buildings right here. one of the problems that we've consistently experienced over the years are vagrants who reside on that property, and we've experienced a number of cases of vandalism over the years. We'd be very happy to see that resolved. The final issue that I want to draw people's attention to is that this area along here has been used as a random disposal site. There's mattresses, there's junk, there's all kinds of waste that people dispose there, and we think this project would certainly benefit the entire area. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Hillman. I got a note from someone, and I'm just going to tell you, we will break at 3 o'clock so people can move their cars and not get a citation from the city.
3 o'clock. 2 o'clock.
We're past 2 o'clock. I thought you meant 3 o'clock, Seuss. So, by the way, thank you for that. I should have said that earlier. Okay. Mr. Canning. Mr. Dambacker, if you could be ready beyond him.
Afternoon, Chair, District Supervisors. I'm Bill Canning. Most of you know me. I want to just clear the record so everyone understands. I've had emails. I've seen emails on the internet that I'm associated with the project. Yes, I am associated with the project. I've made it clear from day one. And obviously, I've got signs that have been on the property for 5 years. Maybe they can't read or they live under one of those rocks. But I've always been an advocate, and any of my committees that I'm in, I've let everyone know that I'm associated. I'm his builder. I've been building for this firm and his partners for over 10 years. They don't build in Tuolumne County. I myself made the suggestion for them to come look at Tuolumne County. And we still remain friends today. So that's, maybe we're stretching it, but we're still friends. But that being said, you know, it's a good project. You know, I sit on the economic development, but it's a project that's needed in Tuolumne County. The commercial is more needed in that north corridor. Those people need a place to go and to get, you know, hopefully a prompt care, a store, and the other projects that will be forthcoming. This just leads into it. So I hope you support it. Another thing is, I know that a lot of people say I've got a financial interest, and I've heard the TUD, you know, why is this? You know, we're trying to get rates down. I want to be honest and straight up. I've been working to get TUD to drop their rates, and they are now considering it. Gary was the first applicant that made that application so that they can spur economic development in Tuolumne County. Thank you. And you know, can go more than 30, but I am putting my support to this project. I think it's a good project, and I know everybody doesn't want it in their backyard, but it's what we need in Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Canning. Mr. Dambacker, I also have Mr. Bell. Would you be ready, please?
Good afternoon. I'm Carl Dambacker, Chairman, board members. I'd like to just remind us not to be afraid of change. For the record, my family has been in Columbia since the 1800s, approximately before the gold mining incident. So I have a vested interest, obviously, as a family member for generations to see that development happens, because that's the future of our country and of our community. So I'd like to make 3 points. I'm for the project because TUD has made it public that can serve and provide the water issues per Mr. Camp. And the water harvesting issue, I'm certain will happen appropriately. The personal rights issue is very important to me. I think they meet the county standards. The 89 conditions have been met, and having market rates for affordable housing at the rates of the $900 to $1,200 based on the square footage, I think these are market rate housing issues that are desperately needed in Tuolumne County. Not only that, but the jobs and the impact that will happen in the community will be experienced throughout the area. I, for one, would like to see the development of the other part of it as well, phase 2, and that's the commercial side, where we're possibly looking at the future of a clinic out in Columbia that we don't have now. There's no point of relief in the event anyone had an accident. So I'd like to have you consider supporting, and I ask you to support this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Dambacker. Mr. Bell, or Jalen Bell, is that? And Mr. Banks, would you be ready?
Good afternoon. My name is Jalen Bell, and I'm a local resident and business owner. I would like to quickly express 3 points as well today. First being the housing shortage. I have had recent conversations with 2 other local brokers regarding low inventory problems for them and their clients. My business is experiencing the same housing inventory shortage problems. The other point I would like to make is unemployment in Tuolumne County. Quick couple numbers. According to the California Employment Development Department website, California unemployment rate is 9.7%. Tuolumne County rate is 11.1% right now. Tuolumne County needs these jobs. And lastly, I would like to present this petition. In less than 24 hours, my wife and I were able to obtain 54 signatures supporting RC Equities and Golden State Holdings and their proposed development at Union Hill Road and Parrots Ferry Road. There were only 5 people who did not support this project. That's over a 10-to-1 ratio. Most of the signatures were received at Sonora Regional Hospital and Columbia College. In conclusion, I would like to ask for your approval and support for these local jobs and housing opportunities for the individuals who signed the petition and could not be here today, and all of the local residents who need a nice place to live and a decent job. I would like to end with a simple observation. The citizens of Tuolumne County are the reason why this community is such a great place to live, not the rocks. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Bell. Mr. Banks and Ms. Barber, if you're, would you be ready? Oh, thank you.
Mr. Chair, Board, Mark Banks, Tuolumne County Building Industry. The building industry is, of course, in favor of this project, and not just for the jobs that it's going to provide during the course of construction. I'll talk as fast as I can because I got a number of points to cover here. 5.3 acres of rocks that represent probably hundreds, if not thousands, of hydraulically mined other rocks around Columbia. I don't see a big impact there as far as the topography goes. We have a changing demographic in Tuolumne County, and part of that is people moving from bigger homes to smaller ones, and we need this product, this housing product. As represented by the Blueprint project, we find that we're woefully lacking in these kind of housing products, and in looking at the plans, I was lucky enough to see those. I don't see Section 8 housing here. I see a well thought out and well proposed, almost a resort community is what it looks like to me, looking at those type of the plans that we saw. We've got a developer here who's willing to downzone to get his project into this, which is huge. I don't think anything that we've seen come through the county in years has been a zero condition project, which means there's no such thing as the perfect project. What you do is you look at what is needed as far as impacts, you mitigate those impacts, and you move on. 89, 90, 91 conditions, whatever you're going to come to today, thank you, would seem to be adequate. We have problems with infrastructure and providing water, and the way that we solve that problem is by getting more people on board. We need more development. We need to be able to pay those bills. We need to spread the load out further. Frankly, if we stop growth now at this point, that means all of us are going to have to carry a heavier burden and take care of fixing our infrastructure.
Thank you.
We'd like to see you support the project.
Ms. Barber and is there Ms. Rhodes? Is Sheila Rhodes?
Good afternoon. My name is Beetle Barber. I work for the Amador Tuolumne Community Action Agency. I'm also a resident of Columbia. Over the past 5 years, our agency and the Housing Resources Division that I oversee we have provided a rental assistance for over 500 households. As required by the State Department of Housing and Community Development, we have inspected every single one of those rentals for habitability and for lead-based paint. Therefore, we are uniquely qualified to tell you this. There are many, many substandard rentals in Tuolumne County. I'm not talking about apartment complexes. I'm talking about private rentals with private landlords. This project, which I very much support, will add 80 new places for people to live. These are good places. They do not have hazards like lead-based paint and asbestos, and we are incredibly lucky to have this project offered in our county. You might wonder how a high-end apartment complex like this one will benefit clients of my agency, which mostly is supporting low-income and very low-income. When a new apartment complex opens, most of the movement into it is lateral. It comes from other within the community, which means that there will be 80 places open up that are less expensive, and that's what I'm really counting on for the clients that we serve. As a resident of Columbia, I want to say one thing about the traffic. I'm very pleased to have something happen at that intersection that will slow down the traffic. Just last night, I watched two cars playing chicken in front of me coming in from the merge. There's a yield sign there. People don't know whether they really have to yield or not. It's dangerous, and as Mr. Hillman said, accidents do happen there. I'm like a lot of residents in Columbia. It's been a long time since I lived in a big city, and what you forget is that big cities, residential neighborhoods have realized the value of having commercial development in an intersection because it slows down traffic and it makes the residential areas quieter.
Thank you, Ms. Barber. Ms. Rhodes, and then Mr. Selden, Bill Selden would be next.
I'm Sheila Rhodes. I'm a voting resident in Columbia, District 5. I'm going to be very short here. I welcome any boost to the economy in Columbia. I also run the homeless shelter, and what I've got right now are people that have been priced out of their homes. They make too much money to get into subsidized housing. They don't make enough money to keep the homes, a lot of them that went into foreclosure. I completely support this, both for the opportunity to have some stores close by, save me on gas. The school, I know Columbia School, the enrollment has decreased. Let's see some kids get in there. I'm for it on every point. And again, people versus rocks, people.
Thank you. Mr. Selden, then Mr. Koff would be next.
I'm Bill Selden, member of the Columbia area for over 25 years. Got two properties, one at 21865 Sawmill Flat Road, one at 21867 Sawmill Flat Road. I'm not standing here to propose or to oppose. I'm here to clarify a point and then get out of the way. The water cannot drain unless it drains through my property. Nobody's talked to me about that. The water doesn't drain to Woods Creek. If it did, it would drain through my property at 21867 Sawmill Flat Road. So please just enter that into the record. Thank you.
Okay, you said you were speaking on the card in favor.
Well, is there a spot on there to check
There is
vote?
a spot for a neutral, and there's a spot for opposition.
Where?
Well, immediately opposite says opposition.
I'm not opposing it, and I'm not.
Okay, we do speak to neutral, so I'll put you as a neutral. Thank you. Okay, Mr. Koff, and before Mr. Koff speaks, if there's anybody else that I'm going to run out of positive cards, favor cards. If anybody else wants to speak, please line up over there because I want to get everybody a chance to speak. Okay, if there's anybody else in favor, please line up. Okay.
Good afternoon. Ron Kopp, representing the Tuolumne County Building Business Council. And a short time ago, after several years of study, the community study and community input, a preferred alternative for growth was recommended by the Blueprint Group that we provide a full range of uses near infrastructure and other core services. This went around to a number of committees, and this also went around to the general population. What we're also hearing now, though, is that we want these type of uses as long as they're not next to us, so find somewhere else to put them. But when you look, this area is one of the prime places that we could build it, and we should build it. I can't find another spot in this county that makes more sense than this type of area for this type of project. It is an efficient use of land. It's also been proposed that the 80 units, we build less. and they're built at about 15 units to the acre. If we build them at less, that's going to be 10 units to the acre, which was proposed. I saw 50 to 60 units that were in there. So that means we got to go build 30 more units on 3 more acres of land, so all we end up doing is utilizing more land to accommodate the same amount of housing. So we need to look at how we address land more efficiently, keep it near core services, and this is on water and sewer. With the traffic that's already been discussed, that with the 5.5 trips per day, this is a less than significant impact on the traffic on that road, and with the road improvements, it's being addressed. Drainage has been brought up a number of times. With environmental, it's interesting to note that even though this thing was hydraulically mined and denuded, it's still, people are saying that there's a lot of environmental factors. Well, I think you're going to also find with the 20% open space and the additional landscaping, that's going to provide for a lot of environmental, we're going to address a lot of the environmental on that site as well. So in conclusion, this project has a much needed housing segment for our area in a time of declining county population when we need the jobs, and the people in Columbia and the the commercial over there is also going to benefit from the economic growth. So thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Koff. Good timing.
Good afternoon, Mr. Chairman, members of the board. George Sigourney, Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce. The mission of the Tuolumne County Chamber of Commerce is to provide leadership for a healthy and vibrant business environment and encourage responsible economic growth that respects Tuolumne County's quality of life. If the Chamber is going to fulfill our mission, then we must support and promote economic growth. Over the years, the Chamber has been in the forefront of encouraging workforce housing to accommodate our service-oriented workers. One of the areas that have been identified lacking in Tuolumne County, both in land use and structures, physical structures, is housing for seniors and young families. This project will help fill that gap of deficiency in the housing area. The property currently zoned general commercial will be downzoned to mixed use. This will allow for less traffic that would otherwise been permitted under the commercial designation. Although any project is going to add traffic to our roads, it is a sign of economic activity, and one thing Tuolumne County needs in today's market is economic activity. One reason we have not seen more activity in the construction of apartments is the low margins of profit, such as this project. Another hindrance is litigation that seems to follow this kind of development. We need to break these restraints for the benefit of the community as a whole. The Chamber encourages you to support this project. Imagine if you rejected these apartments, the ramifications it will have on any future development. There has been perception for many years that Tuolumne County is not a development-friendly area. We are on the cusp of breaking that long-held perception. Let's send a message that Tuolumne County, unlike the state of California, is open and welcoming to economic prosperity. We invite increasing our workforce and workforce housing by supporting a local investment. Thank you.
Thank you. Last call for those people who wish to speak in favor. Seeing none, I'll give you a choice. We can break now and then go to opposition, or we can take a few opposition and then break for 3 o'clock. Now or later? Okay. We'll take 10 minutes now. That gives you plenty of time to move your cars if you have to. And so we'll be back at 5 minutes to 3. By the way, thank you to everybody for your patience.
Supervisors, I'm Phil Reese, Columbia resident for 21 years, also on the Columbia Planning Commission. I have one planning issue I'd like to refer to you. It's condition 15C7, which says preserve existing commercial zoning within the Columbia planning area. Columbia Area Planning Commission put that in about 5 or 6 years ago, and your board approved that. If you put this project in, I think you're violating that planning statement. Number 2, drainage. The problem here is not drainage out of the site, it's drainage into the site. That site is a low point of a 17-acre drainage basin, which I've shown most of you. How is he going to get the water from all the other properties off of his property? Number 2, grading. The grading in there, we all talk about the rocks and so forth. The rocks are there. Every rock on that site is going to be destroyed and leveled to level that site. And next thing is vegetation and landscaping. You saw the 2 pictures that the applicant showed. I like the one with the mature trees in it, not the one with the little bitty bushes that he's going to put out in front after he chops every stick of wood on that property down and burns it. He's got burning permits. There are trees that are 3 and 4 feet in diameter. There's a half acre of oakland in there, and all that vegetation is going to be destroyed. Okay? Finally, a design review issue. We very clearly in our design review say no parking visible in the front of the property. You saw the thing. He's got 80-some parking spots. The project is originally the Douglasville placer mine, a remnant from an environmental disaster that occurred in California, gold mining. Now we're facing a second environmental disaster on 4 acres of the site, not all 5.3. He's going to destroy the drain, alter the drainage, destroy the limestone outcrops, level the terrain, cut and burn the living vegetation, cover the leveled site with asphalt and concrete, construct 17 structures and 176 car parking lots. That's going to bring an island of San Jose development to our rural and historic community of Columbia. I strongly oppose this project. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reese. Ms. Persanti?
Chris Barsanti, Columbia. I live fairly close to the project. I'm a neighbor of Bill Selden's, who spoke earlier about the drainage. To follow up on Phil Reese's comment about the reason why we do not want commercial zoning taken away from the Columbia area is because we have very few parcels of commercial zoning on Parrots Ferry Road, and we've already lost one to what has later became the Habitat to Humanity project. We have many multifamily residential projects. Right? I sat down right now and listed 12 of them, starting with the Columbia Village townhouses, continuing on Parrots Ferry Road. We have on the other side of the Columbia Nursery, we have the Columbia Country Estates. In front of that is a proposed duplex, which has gone through our commission, our Columbia Area Planning Commission. We have across the street, we have the Habitat for Humanity project. Across from that, we have the Gold Rush Mobile Home Park. Next to that, we have the mobile home park right next to the Habitat for Humanity. Continuing on down, we have continuing through Columbia, we have the Columbia Sky Mobile Home Park, which is next to the airport. On the other side of the airport, we have the South Airport Road Mobile Home Park. We have the State Street Apartments, 3 transitional houses next to the State Street Apartments. We have Marble Quarry condos, and going down Marble Quarry Road, going down Parrots Ferry Road, we have the Rambling Hills. The developer says that nobody should be surprised because this has been zoned this way for many years. It has not been zoned this way for many years. It's been zoned commercial, and we want to keep it commercial. He could do a nice commercial development there. We do not need more multifamily residential, particularly at the entrance to Columbia. If he developed it as a commercial project, I would not object.
Thank you. Okay, Mr. Reagan, Bob Reagan next, and then, I'm sorry, I'm not sure I can read your last name here. Chris, is it Spracklin? Okay, you'd follow Mr. Reagan.
Hi, my name's Bob Reagan, and I'm addressing the drainage issue that's been talked about a little bit already. I live down on Union Hill Road, down the road a ways, and all the water that goes under my driveway, the origin of it is up above me, including this property that they're proposing a development on. And right now, the natural filtration of that land, I'm sure, is absorbing most of it. But when it rains hard, we get quite a bit of water coming down Union Hill Road. It floods John Wallace Drive, which is a road that goes back to the neighbors. It continues on down and goes under my driveway. Well, my issue is with all the roofs and the garages and the asphalt and everything like that that's going to be put in there, it's going to create a lot of water, and I don't know where it's going to go. And my other issue with it is going back to that blasting again. No one can really tell me for sure if the blasting is going to affect our wells or not, because it's an unknown. And I think with the amount of rock there, I don't know if you guys have seen this lot or not, but I mean, it is rocky. And they're going to have to blast a lot, especially if they got to go deep for footings or any kind of drainage. And I really worry about our wells. And, you know, if something happens to them, I'm sure there's nothing that he's going to do about it, because he's been allowed to go ahead and do it. And that's okay. That's about what I wanted to say anyway.
Thank you, Mr. Reagan. Ms. Spracklin, followed by Heather Doyle.
I'm Chris Spracklin, and I have a couple of problems here. You say you're going to rent these places for $900 to $1,200 a month. That seems to be a little high. Also, considering that right behind there's a Deo coffee place, and there's a trailer park that rents by the day, the week, and the month. So I'm going, people are going to want to pay $900 for one bedroom or $1,200 for two bedroom, and then right behind them is a little trailer park that rents for the day, the week, and the month. Also, I don't know whether they're not going to have a coin-operated laundry. Well, in the facility, are they going to provide every single unit with laundry hookup, or are all the people going to have to walk down Parrots Ferry Road to the existing pay laundry place to do their laundry and then walk back? That was sort of concerning me. Also, one bedroom, two bedroom. Is there going to be a limit on the number of people that can be in a one-bedroom or two-bedroom apartment? Now, students would love this. Well, at $900, I'll split it between me and my three roommates. We'll all cram into this one-bedroom apartment or a two-bedroom apartment. How many children are going to be allowed in a two-bedroom apartment? Are children going to be allowed in a one-bedroom apartment? Are old people, like myself, going to want to stay in a place that has 3 children in a two-bedroom apartment, or 4 college students in a one-bedroom apartment? There's so many unknowns with the demographics of who is going to be in there. So I would like that clarified. I just think it's just an accident waiting to happen. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Ms. Doyle, followed by Joe Sperania.
All right. Well, I'm Heather Doyle. I live in Columbia. And first of all, there needs to be a full environmental impact report on this project. And I'm going to skip a lot of things due to my time limits. The water. This whole project is going to be served by the Columbia Water Treatment Facilities. It's one of the most important facilities in the TUD system, currently serving 1,600 customers, including the state park. Its total capacity is 1,080 gallons of treated water per minute, and in the summer it puts out 1,300 gallons per minute, and it does this due to its 2 water tanks that it has on its site. Other than that, there's no backup for this facility. The California State Public Health Department has deemed these 2 tanks, the smaller one in fair condition, the larger one in poor condition, and it is mandatory for these to either be repaired or replaced, which is going to be very expensive, and it's going to also put the plant offline for some time. And the Simmons project, they're not providing any money whatsoever. In fact, they're actually looking for fee reductions. All other developers in this area pay full and proper fees for their connections, and so should everybody else. This development in a community, when it's done responsibly, can be a good thing, but this is not being done responsibly, and it is not in the public's interest.
Thank you very much. Mr. Sperania, followed by Sue Williams.
Chair and supervisors, excuse me. My name is Joe Sperania. I'm the chair of the Tuolumne County Historical Society Landmarks Committee. And in 2011, we submitted some comments on this project, and it was primarily about the corridors to the state park. We're fortunate enough to have 2 state parks, but the Columbia State Park seems to be a year-round draw as compared to, say, Railtown, which has a seasonal excursion rides. But what we have looked at around, even last month, we had a big vision of the Sonora to talk about what makes us what we are today. And I myself get in a little rough area sometimes because we like to stick with our gold rush themes for this area. And just looking at the view graphs up there that are recently shown up, we'll have a lot of cars to look at on the way into the state park. So I'm concerned about that. View shed, the gold rush history of the hydraulics there. Right now, it's a very popular state park, and I hate to see it look, the widening of the whole Pedro Y thing is definitely taking the rural look away from the entrance into a very important economic contributor to our area. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Williams, followed by Jennifer Weber.
Hi, my name is Sue Williams. I've lived in the county for over 30 years. And I grew up in Los Angeles, and the developer seems to think that we're not enough like LA, that we don't have a big marketplace and enough rooftops. But I don't think that's why the people that live here live here. And he knew what the zoning was when he bought the property. My concerns are that this project seems inappropriate for both the county and the site because it's too much, it's too dense, it's too big for that one area, and he's planning on destroying the integrity of the site by filling it in and leveling it off and changing it completely. And finally, what I wanted to say was I don't mind seeing the trees. I don't think it's an ugly sight on the way into Columbia, and that if the people in Columbia didn't want this project, then I don't think it should happen because they're the ones that live there. Thank you.
Thank you. Is Ms. Weber here, Jennifer Weber? I'm going to put her... Well, someone else had to leave and might come back, so I'll put her at the end of the list. If she comes back, she can speak. Barbara Farkas, followed by Sharon Maravich.
Good afternoon. My name is Barbara Farkas, and I'm here to represent Tuolumne County Citizens for Responsible Growth and a group of concerned citizens and neighbors who are currently struggling to understand the Community Resource Agency's lack of attention to significant impacts on issues affecting their quality of life. And I will just briefly run through the major issues and points. We've already submitted many comments on this project. We oppose the project because of concerns, major concerns concerning the aquifer systems, the water quality that will be affected, and the well systems. Now, we cannot sue the county, but the residents can cannot sue the county on the project, but they can sue the county because the county is responsible for conserving the quality and quantity of the water resources while protecting the rights of the landowner. That is Goal 4L in your general plan. There are many thresholds of significance under the California Environmental Quality Act that show significant impact here. I'm just going to run through depleted groundwater supplies, interference with groundwater recharge, contributing runoff water that would exceed the capacity of existing or planned storm water drainage systems, water quality would be affected, etc. This is not an urban area. This is a rural area, actually, by the U.S. Census. Defines this area as a rural based on population. This is not an infill project. It is a growth inducement factor, and I think that you will find the development of commercial waiting to tie onto it is a piecemeal part of this entire project and should be opposed. Thank you.
Thank you. Sharon Marovich, followed by Barbara Balin.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My name is Sharon Marovich. I'm representing the Tuolumne Heritage Committee. We're a citizens group unrelated to any other historical organizations in Tuolumne County. We ask you to deny the developer's appeal of what the Planning Commission did. The definition of this project needs to be clarified. The developer has said it's 5 acres for 80 units and some retail. However, what was so startling to me is to see up here on a map that really the apartment complex with a little bit of retail is only the first phase of an 18-acre development. Now, this qualifies as significant new information, a project that's going to be 3 times the size of what he's telling you it's going to be, and has been analyzed by your staff. Under Section 21092.1 of the CEQA guidelines, this project needs to be re-advertised and reviewed by your staff. Item 2 of our concern, cultural resources report needs some fine-tuning. If the place is going to be blasted out of existence, what is happening is you're going to have a cumulative impact to the limestone boulders and the view shed along Parrots Ferry Road. And I'm going to repeat this twice. The view shed is protected in the general plan. Whatever the developer, however he has trashed the limestone boulders that are part of the community identity, they are protected in the general plan. We also ask the project be less dense and that you defer to the Airport Land Use Commission that has ruled that there should be one unit per 3 acres. We ask you to downsize the density. Another issue is the design. We don't think that fake stone, clumsy porches and staircases and clashing building materials are consistent with the Columbia area guidelines.
Thank you. Ms. Balin, followed by, I'm going to try your name. I apologize if I goof it up. Bahamondes? Ms. Balin.
Good afternoon. My name's Barbara Balin. First, I categorically support the Columbia Area Planning Commissioner's decision to deny this project on all the grounds as stated in their motions of March 21st. Each commissioner spent scores of hours researching the project impacts without aid of grading plans, drainage plans, etc., and through inquiry pieced together the proposal and seriously looked at how it would fit into the existing community. To summarize, this project does not fit this location. The promised benefit do not outweigh the potential social, economic, and environmental costs. The initial study does not sufficiently describe the proposal in order to fully weigh its significance and get an accurate price tag for the impacts to the surrounding residents and watersheds. What we do know about this project is that the area is not zoned for it. The airport ordinance does not allow this type of residential density for safety reasons. Parrots Ferry will have to be widened and the intersection with Highway 49 reconfigured. And it is the first phase of an 18-acre mixed-use development. The apartment complex as proposed violates numerous policies cited from Chapter 15, the Columbia Community Plan of the General Plan. Since I have only 2 minutes, I won't read them. Suffice it to say, the plan was created to ensure the economic viability and natural beauty of the community of Columbia for the years to come. Although it may create a short-term feeling of growth and prosperity, this project's long-term social, economic, and environmental costs far outweigh these benefits. Economists call this uneconomic growth. Uneconomic growth is economic growth that reflects or creates a decline in the quality of life. Uneconomic growth occurs when increases in production come at an expense in resources and well-being that is worth more than the items made. This proposed 80-unit apartment...
Can you wrap that up?
Yes.
Okay.
...is not a marginal benefit of marginal cost project, but a marginal project of significant cost, and I will finish my comments in the rebuttal.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Did I pronounce your name right? Bahamondes? Roger Johnson will be next.
Mr. Chairman, Board of Supervisors, I'm here. My name is Paul Bahamondes, and I'm opposed to the project because I would like to see a better environmental impact report, because I'm more concerned about my water well. My well is closer than 600 feet to this project that was mentioned earlier. I've already had to replace my pump once in the 10 years I've lived there because they said the water level is dropping. But and I'm worried that if they're starting to put more poles and covering up the area where the water goes into the ground with this parking lot, that's less water going into the water aquifer for me and excuse my neighbors as well. So I'm opposed to our project for that reason and many other reasons, but I'll leave it at that.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah.
Mr. Roger Johnson, followed by Don Morrison.
Hi, my name is Roger Johnson, and in the negative declaration, March 5th, 2013, page 30, item 19, from the Tuolumne County Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, the question is addressed as to how many people is it responsible to allow together in a non-residential development. Now, this was just a let's see, people in the residential. But for the Tuolumne County, the following recommendations were offered. And on page 30, Zone C, large shopping centers, 500,000 feet or more square feet, theaters, multiple stories, and similar uses are specifically prohibited. The response to on the negative declaration, page 43, 18 and 19, 18 tells who it was from, and 19 states it was an excerpt shown under attachment of a letter of concerned citizens and neighbors from an issue paper written during the preparation of 2003 Airport Land Use Commission Plan. And I'll leave some of this numbers out. Of the 2000 Airport Land Use Compatibility Plan, sets the limits of clustering or usage intensity acceptable within a portion of a large project site. For Zone C, the clustering for non-residential development is as follows: a maximum of 225 people per individual acre, large shopping centers, malls over 500,000 square feet, theaters, multi-story motels, and similar uses are specifically prohibited.
Can you wrap that up?
The proposal development is residential in nature, so these provisions do not apply. My question to you, does this answer sound rational or logical? Do airplanes really know the difference between non-residential and residential two-story buildings?
Thank you very much. Don Morrison, followed by, is it Maya Morrison?
Good afternoon. My name is Don Morrison. I'm a biologist by training, and I oppose this project. The first thing is most of the speakers that you've had on the positive side of building this are developers, and I think that they devote their lives to growth. There's a wonderful book they should read called The End of Growth. and why we're headed for severe problems unless we start looking at the future. First, the traffic. I live on Shaw's Flat Road or just off it. Traffic on Highway 108 is unbearable. Look at downtown Sonora, and that should be a good answer to this project, though. Water. We don't know where we're going in water right now. We may have deluges like they've had in the Midwest. We may have droughts. We are in a drought right now. And the projection from the climatological services is that we probably will stay in it. So I'm not too sure that Mr. Canepa's assessment is will really hold. You're going to start facing problems. The road there, I think Parrots Ferry Road is very pretty as a natural environment. The rocks are great, and then I prefer rocks over people. So does my wife, especially when they're diamonds and tanzanite. Okay, the last thing, I just don't see the point of making a scenic blight going into a very beautiful state park. Let's try some beauty for once and provide something that is attractive. Thank you.
Thank you, and thank you for injecting a little humor. We need that. Okay, Maya Morrison, followed by Claudia Carlson.
Good afternoon, Board. Mr. Pedro. Speaking as a realtor and a 13th generation Californian, I'm also a docent, Maya Morrison. I'm also a docent at Columbia State Park. As part of our due diligence as realtors when selling a property or purchasing a property, we and the buyer or seller investigate the zoning on a property, on adjacent properties. This property is zoned to allow 3 houses per acre, not 15. Typically, subdividers in Tuolumne County construct 3 to 4 houses on an acre, resulting in approximately 0.25 to 0.33 of an acre belonging to each residence. The owner should not have known and investigated the zoning when he purchased this property. Adding more density is not downgrading. The water table is high under this property. Many are against fracking for oil. The owner of this property proposes to blast the beautiful limestone formations so he can bulldoze the property flat. This may push the water table lower and force the adjacent property owners to extend the depth of their wells at great expense to them. This may also allow cracks to pollute the underground water flow, affecting many water users downline. Tuolumne County is attempting to increase tourism to our beautiful gold country. Tourists driving on Highway 49 would be subjected to a view of ticky-tacky, to quote Joan Baez, rentals with cars lined up in a long row of carports and cookie-cutter buildings. Tuolumne County currently has an overabundance of affordable rental housing and vacant properties. Now is not the time to slap up housing that is not needed and will be a blight on the landscape. $900 to $1,200 per month is very high for this county.
Thank you very much. Claudia Carlson, followed by Jerry Cadigan.
Hi, I'm Claudia Carlson. I own the Columbia Mercantile, a little grocery store there in Columbia. I'm also in the process of opening another grocery store, a full-service grocery store in Columbia. I am against this project for many reasons. First of all, another 80 units of apartments in our community is something that is not needed or wanted. We already have too many apartments. We already have enough affordable housing in Columbia. The problem that we need is that we need to bring in more middle to upper income people in our community. We don't do that through apartment complexes. Apartment complexes are people that don't have the money to buy houses, that don't have the money to buy land, that don't have the money or the desire to follow through with those things. What we need is houses in our community. I as a business owner, really want to have more people move in our community, but I wanted them to be able to spend money in my community. I don't want them just to live there. With this apartment complex, we'll have more EBT users, which I'm not saying is something that is not necessary. It is necessary. Most of my business is done with EBT, but I would also like somebody to spend cash in my business. Also, as far as his commercial space is involved, I would love to have a bigger building to be able to put in a nice, big, humongous grocery store there. He didn't come to talk to me about this. The reason I think is because by the time he gets done with this project, the locals, which he says is going to be a community marketplace, the community is going to be priced out of his marketplace. Another reason is that he also implies that the problem with the apartments that we have in this community is due to mismanagement. The problem with the apartments in this community is that the people that move into this community with money don't want to live in apartments. The people who live in apartments are the people who don't have money. So, therefore, what he's saying is completely against the realities here in Tuolumne County. Maybe where he's from, those are the realities, but it's not the realities here. We all live here. Come on, let's look at realistically what's going to happen. It's going to start out as medium income. It's going to end up as low income, the way all the apartment complexes in Tuolumne County, especially in Columbia, have gone. We've had many units there that have started out to medium to high income, ended up low income.
Thank you very much. Mr. Cadigan, and if either Richie Grant or Jennifer Weber has returned, you can be next.
Thank you, board members. My name is Jerry Cadigan. I'm a Tuolumne County resident, and I'm a Tuolumne Utility District ratepayer. And I'm a 35-year-plus water policy wonk in California. It's a rarity. And in my 35 years of studying California water policy, I have never seen a water subsidy that really made any sense. And if the article in yesterday's Union Democrat is anywhere near correct, and I assume it is, have you, this project calls for a $688,454 subsidy in terms of a waiver of hookup fees for water and sewage. Some people call that a redistribution of wealth. I call it just kind of bad economics, what have you. If the project can't stand on its own without a subsidy, then maybe it's not a good project. Now, I know that this is really an issue for the TUD board ultimately, but I also know, as most of you do, that the board here, the Board of Supervisors, is getting more and more involved in water policy in the county. You've got a new subcommittee, what have you. So I suggest that you seriously consider the fact that we don't need a water subsidy. If the project can't stand on its own, then maybe it's a bad brush. I thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Okay, Richie Grant or Jennifer Weber, did they return?
Richie's not here.
Oh, yeah, I know she told me she had to leave, but she might be able to get back. I talked to her before she left. Okay. I want to make sure everybody gets heard. Is there anybody else who has not spoken who wants to speak in the negative? Please come forward.
My name's Meredith Dean, and I bought a piece of property in Columbia several years ago, and I just finished building a house about a year ago, and I was able to take the rocks and utilize, use all the dimensions and make it look like like the house really belonged there. So I know it can be done. It's a little more expensive, but I know it can be done, and it's really charming. And but the reason the thing that I object is that I have not heard. Well, first of all, when I heard about that the Parrots Ferry was going to be widened, I thought, well, great, that will bike lanes. We can put some bike lanes in there. There has been no mention of bike lanes, no mention of walkways or pathways to the college or to the community. And I'm not against growth, but I really believe in smart growth. And I'm a believer of peak oil and climate change. And why aren't we thinking ahead and incorporating this inevitable situation into the design of housing and living and walking and riding our bikes? And I like to see that we would attract these kind of people. And or if we build it, then we will attract those kind of people, and there's nothing in that in the plan for that, as far as I can tell. And that's pretty much all I want to say about that. I wasn't going to speak, but nobody brought it up, so I did. Thank you.
Thank you. I appreciate that. Anybody else on the negative side? Opposition? One more.
Hello, I'm Nancy Kirk. I'm a longtime resident of Columbia. I've sat and listened to the developer and wrote down a few of the things that he has said that I have some questions about. He talked over and over again about jobs. Construction jobs are short-lived, they're fleeting, they're there for a few months while the project is being developed and they're gone. So how is that going to impact our community? And where are the construction people going to come from? A lot of times with these construction projects, they hire people from out of the area and bring them in. I've seen it happen over and over again. So jobs, I don't think that we should weigh this on the jobs that it's going to create in Tuolumne County, because they're going to be very short term. Maybe the apartment manager, there's one job that's a long-term one. Second, why aren't we doing an environmental impact study on this sensitive area? I've lived in Columbia and I've driven by that for many years, and he is wrong. I can see the rocks every day when I drive by there, and limestone rocks are very special. There's only, I haven't heard any geologists that came in here, but I do know because I live in an area that has limestone extrusion that comes through, and limestone is only one layer, and they're very rare. You know, people in Los Angeles don't have them. People in Calaveras don't have them. There is a certain area in our place here that the limestone came up and extruded through, so I think an environmental impact study should be done. The other thing that really got me was the developer said that why wasn't he able to get his? Well, because his was going to be off the backs of all the citizens in this county. Why is development part of our future? That was the other thing he said we needed. Well, why is development part of our future? What are we going to leave for the future generations if we develop everything? Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay, last chance for those speaking in opposition. Anybody else? Okay, how about somebody who might want to just be neutral and just speak up here? Is there anybody that we had one speaker earlier? Seeing none. Okay. We've been through one round, and I want to compliment you all on both sides of that equation for your demeanor up here. I didn't see anybody that was getting outlandish and outrageous and out of line. It has happened, an emotional thing. So we will go to those who spoke in favor. I have 11 people that spoke in favor and one neutral. Is there anything you would like to say in rebuttal? You must have spoken in favor.
Mr. Chair.
Pardon?
Just to clarify, too, in rebuttal, this is to respond to things that were said during the opposition.
Not to add anything new at
Correct.
this point. Okay. Okay, come on forward.
Once again, my name is Jay Bell. I would like to address two things that were mentioned in opposition. First off, just recently, the jobs. There are housekeeping permanent jobs. There are apartments that need to be painted on every turnover. There are multiple permanent jobs for the citizens of Tuolumne County here. I would guess in excess of 20 to 25 jobs. That's my opinion. The other thing that I would like to address was there was a lady who was a realtor here. I'm assuming that she is speaking from traditional real estate. I am a property manager. The two other local brokers were also property managers that I discussed in regards to the current shortage of housing availabilities for the citizens of Tuolumne County. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in rebuttal?
What was submitted?
You have to state your name again. I'm sorry.
Excuse me, Gary Simning. I represent myself, the developer. With regards to what was submitted and what wasn't submitted, initially, because I've heard several members. We submitted detailed topographic studies of the site originally, which included not only the rocks but also every tree that was on the site. We submitted preliminary landscape plans on the site. We submitted the elevations on it, and we submitted preliminary grading plans. So for them to say that, that this wasn't done, this was done a long time ago, and we updated those plans, as we went through. As to why we didn't submit, or why we would not, submit final hard drawings with regards to the drainage. Well, I mean, it costs a lot of money to go through and do detailed designs and on both the building as well as all the physical aspects of the property. So typically you get the approval of the general project with specific conditions that condition you, in fact, to be able to mitigate every issue that the agencies have brought up. And if you can't mitigate them, you don't get to build. It's just that simple. You don't get the permits. Somebody said that we have burning permits. I don't know where that came from. I mean, I haven't taken out any burning permits. The sidewalks. We, in fact, are providing sidewalks. One of the last ladies came up and said, we're not providing for pedestrian traffic. We're putting sidewalks all the way along through our property. And as for get his, I didn't say get his. If I did, I apologize. Be able to utilize our own property the way that, that conforms with the rules that are laid out in the county, the way that we choose to, just like they want to. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Simi. Anybody else speaking in rebuttal?
Yeah, Bill Canning. I think I could rebut everything in 2 minutes, but I just want to point out some things to the audience here. Jobs. Yeah, there might not be after the construction. I mean, I've been in the construction field all my life. And it will. There'll be other plumbers, electricians, and anybody else from up here that'll have that opportunity to bid on the job. We will do a competitive bidding system, but those dollars are spent in Tuolumne County. What, 3.5 times, Craig, or something, the money circulates? So you take $5 million and stick it into the county, that's a pretty good turnover. And those people go home and buy stuff. And so, there will be jobs. And there will be TUD. You have sewer and water monthly fees that are going to be paid. Extremely a good income, and that's what TUD needs. Taxes for the county. From where we sit in the city and county, we need the tax bases. We know what happens when we don't have a tax base. We've been feeling it with the furloughs and layoffs. So that's all I have to say. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else on the rebuttal? Okay. I'm going to close rebuttal. Now we go to surrebuttal. Now, the rules on surrebuttal?
Same as for rebuttal. So anyone coming to speak on surrebuttal would be talking about the issues that were discussed in rebuttal.
Okay. So, surrebuttal. Come on up.
Phil Reese, Columbia Planning Commission. I'd just like to state that we did not see any grading plans or any other topographical maps before the commission's hearing. There apparently is a glitch here of communication between staff and us, because when I did talk to Duke York after our hearing, he did show me a topographical map of the site. That information never got to us. I just want to make that clear. About the burning permits and the negative declaration, it indicates you need to have burning permits to burn on site. I assume that all the vegetation on that site will be totally destroyed down to the ground and burned. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Okay. Surrebuttal, Ms. Bersanti.
Mr. Simmons stated that...
You need to state your name again. I'm sorry.
My name is Chris Barsanti. Mr. Simmons stated that he was not asking for any special treatment. He just wanted to develop his land like anyone else. Well, I think asking for a general plan amendment, a zoning change, reduced fees, and for connecting and reduced fees for purchasing water is asking for special treatment, and it is on the backs of the rest of us. Secondly, He says he shows us these landscape plans up here of what it's going to look like. Why did he not submit those plans so that we could see them? He keeps making all these promises, and I'm wondering, promises are great, but who's going to make it happen? The last thing I want to say is that I'm very disappointed in this hearing. I think it is both offensive and rude to those of us who spent hours on this project to not give us the opportunity to say what we want to say. I myself just threw out my comments because there's no way I could do it in 2 minutes, so I just followed up with what Phil Reese had to say, and it just makes it extremely obvious that you do not want to hear what the public has to say, and I'm very offended.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Sharon Marovich, Tuolumne Heritage Committee. The developer continues to insist that this is an 80-unit apartment complex on 5.3 acres, and that's what your staff has researched and prepared a report for you on. The screen showed it quite differently. These were not slides that were shown at the Columbia Area Planning Commission. So we would just like to point out again that if he's going to continue to insist that this is a 5.3-acre project of apartments and retail, which has never been studied, and that's the retail on the 5.3 acres, then it's piecemealing and it's contrary to the spirit and the law of CEQA. We'd also like to say that if he insists on characterizing his project as 5.3 acres of apartments, that this project, as is the smaller one, not the huge one, but the smaller one, is contrary to the Airport Land Use Commission guidelines. It is contrary to the Columbia Area Design Guidelines sections, and it is contrary to the general plan. There are very specific statements in the general plan that embrace the ghost rocks that are there. This is part of community identity in Columbia. You don't really see those too many places else, many other places. And I'll characterize myself as a rock hugger, and I love those rocks. And I think for those of you who can't see the value of them to community identity that are protected in the general plan, there's something wrong there. This project is also contrary to the general plan statements on keeping commercial in Columbia, and also the fact that he wants to clear cut the 5.3 acres and take out all the vegetation, again, is contrary to the Columbia Area General Plan. Whether this project is 5.3 acres or 18 acres, it needs to go back to the drawing board so that you and the public can get all the information that we are and you are entitled to make a decision. Thank you. And I'd like to hand this in.
We have that already. Yeah. Okay. Ms. Farkas, sir, rebuttal.
Thank you for this opportunity. I wanted to follow up, because I didn't have enough time to finish. I did want to also follow up on the fact that these impacts aren't to rocks and trees. These impacts are cumulative. It affects everyone who lives in Tuolumne County. It affects everyone who drives through on Washington Street through the city of Sonora. This traffic will be phenomenal. There's no services there. They say they're going to provide them. They're not there now. Who's going to provide groceries and clothing and medical services and so on, legal services, etc.? This is a community of Tuolumne County we're talking about. We're not talking about Columbia area. This affects everyone here, and that's why these cumulative impacts need to be studied in an environmental impact report. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else like to speak in sir rebuttal? Okay.
My name's Barbara Balin. I'd like to speak on the point about tax revenue and the spurring economic growth. When you look at the rise of e-commerce and the choices that people are making now to buy more and more out of their homes, Walmart is saying that their #1 competitor is Amazon. It's not box retail. You know, I understand that Lowe's is even teetering. We've got vacant retail. We have of our economic drivers, which are the park and even the prison and Jamestown and the college. These are economic engines in our community. They provide not only jobs but careers. If we downgrade Columbia as a destination, and there are thresholds of when people will stop coming here, if we have urban blight as a juggernaut to get through to see it, this could downgrade our ability to protect what the general plan has stated, the economic viability of this park. I propose that we go back to the drawing board and look at this in total, everything. The expansion of Parrott's Ferry Road, the widening of 49, the configuration of that, the retail, the 18 acres, everything needs to be looked at in an EIR to really not just privatize the profit and externalize the costs onto us, but figure out what those costs are. Thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else in rebuttal? Okay, seeing none. Do I get neutral speakers again?
No.
No. Okay. Then I'm going to close the public hearing. We've gotten through this. Question of council. Are you, I doubt this since you got the last version of it about noonish time, are you prepared to brief the board on the legal document you got today?
Not at this time. It would be my request that you continue your deliberation to your next meeting in order to allow me to review that letter and respond appropriately.
Okay.
Do we need a motion to do that?
No, I'll just do it. The clerk, would that fit on the 1:30 agenda for May 7th?
Depending on how much time you'd need, and actually Ms. Shane could probably answer that better because a lot of her items are at 1:30.
Well, I believe since we've closed the public hearing, I believe, correct me if I'm wrong, we've heard all the arguments for and against and neutral and the rebuttal and the surrebuttal. So we don't take those arguments. I believe we don't take any more written arguments either, but we need a briefing from council on that, and I don't know how long that'll take. And then we'll need to proceed with whatever comments. I don't know. We might need an hour or half an hour.
Yes, I think you all probably need an hour to hear from council, and I'm also going to ask if your board has any other questions you'd like to give us today.
We may have some additional questions.
That we can provide additional information at your request. If there's any time in the morning on May 7th for a time certain, that would be my request, because the afternoon has already been well booked, yeah.
What about our 11 o'clock appointment? Do we have time
We
there?
actually have something scheduled, but possibly we can move it, Mr. Pedro?
Yeah, we do have 11 o'clock.
11 and 11:45,
Yes.
as I recall.
Over-constrained problem.
I'm so sorry.
Well, 2:30.
How about at 2:30?
All right. 2:30?
We actually have the whole afternoon scheduled for the 7th with some community resources agency matters.
It's important that we get through this.
Okay.
Can we do, I'll ask the board, can you do an evening session?
Do we need to decide the time right now? Can we just not defer to CAO and have him rework the schedule?
You need to continue to a time certain because you are
I propose we do an evening session.
Okay.
6 o'clock?
6 is open, for sure.
Pardon?
6 is open.
At 6 o'clock. Well, look, I want people to go get something to eat. We'll make it 6:30 on May 7th. We'll finish up the input that we get from council, and we'll proceed with whatever we proceed with, or not proceed with, as the case may be. Supervisor Royce.
Yeah, I heard other comments that I was interested in just getting staff to address, and I think some of it's included in here, and I'm going to do more reading in the meantime to get specifics, but there was a lot of talk about drainage and specific plan, and the proponent says that there was initial conceptual designs, but there's not, detailed construction documents at this
Right.
point. You're not going to develop that until you have an approval. So just prepared to address that again for the public's benefit and also just for the sake of the record one more time. Well impacts, there was a lot of talk about blasting and the potential for that, and the proponent was up front and said that he's not saying it's not going to happen, it could happen. I was thinking about two other situations as just a reference in my mind to be able to make a judgment there. One is the bypass and houses that are nearby, and I was curious what kind of a distance there are from those. My uncle actually has a house nearby there, and I haven't heard anything about it. The other situation that I think would give us a little bit of insight is Columbia Elementary School recently built a field out behind the school. And I went out there to look at it. A friend of mine was doing work out there, and I mean, you wouldn't believe the rocks that they were crushing. And they're just using excavators with big hammers, and it wasn't that bad. And they were able to grade that out perfectly flat and develop the site. I don't know if they ended up having to do blasting or not. I don't know if we could call somebody out there and see how they were able to do. I don't think they did. I think you're able to do it with an excavator. And there's also ways to drill and use expanding epoxies and things like that. So just a little bit more research on that might be helpful. There was a question about how many people are allowed per unit. I don't know if there's any kind of a restriction on that, if there's anything in CEQA that addresses the amount of people, or if it's just units. A lot of talk about the rocks. You know, I think that's a whole other discussion. The airport is another issue. And another thing I just want to make a point that I was really thinking about is right now this is zoned for commercial, and there was talk about the remainder of the site. I think Ms. Maravich mentioned the fact that it could be, you know, another project. Be prepared to address that and how, you know, phasing a project works in CEQA. And then there was a lot of concern about the Columbia Community Plan, and I didn't get the details of all of those points. If we could look back and kind of try to capture some of those and be prepared to address those to make sure we're following our policies and doing what's right. And with that, I would say that I'm glad we're investigating the other input that's came in late notice, and I appreciate the public's comments and time today.
Supervisor Gray.
Yes, Supervisor Royce covered a number of things. You know, broke it down: drainage, traffic. Under traffic, I see Mr. Grossi in the audience. Would it be possible for you to show something in a slide form at the next meeting on what the intentions of that Columbia intersections are for the future? I think it addresses trails and all kinds of things in the big scheme of things. Also like to see the difference in traffic count between a 50,000 square foot commercial building versus the residential that we're looking at now. On the airport, some sort of history on why there's a change in the density use of that piece of property. I do have an idea why that happened, but that would be good for the public to know. Some disclosure: I did visit the site. I did meet with the developer. I did meet with Mr. Reese on this project. On the drainage, it would be good to know a little bit more about the on-site use of that water, how it's intended to be used for irrigation. I know that there are a lot of really good ways to reuse that water and get rid of it other than sending somebody else. Note that, you know, in order for this to go forward, that there has to be a drainage plan established for the use of that water. It can't hurt the neighboring property owners, so I think that would be a good tie-in. There was a question on whether or not there was going to be washer and dryer hookups in the apartments. It would be good to know from the developer what the intent on the design of those were. Let's see, safety, the aesthetics. It might be good to expand a little bit on that a landscape plan, maybe show a little bit more what the intentions are. The other question is on density, the possibility of whether a property or a development with less density would be more appropriate, or if it's feasible, or a way of reconfiguring the units so that the parking fits the guidelines in the, or better fits the guidelines in the Columbia plan. And then finally, the question Mr. Reese brought up on 15C7 of the general plan as it refers to the conversion of commercial property to other zoning. That's it.
Okay. Supervisor Rutherford?
Yeah, again, in disclosure, I need to comment that I have met with Mr. Semning on at least 3 occasions. I believe that's all. I've also met and talked to both opponents and proponents, to include Mr. Reese from the Columbia Area Planning Commission, and also Mr. Bob Steele from the County Planning Commission. So the number of people that I've talked to, honestly, I'm not sure I could remember them all, but I have talked to probably 20 to 25 people on both sides of the issue.
Okay. Ms. Brennan, you have anything you want to add?
And Supervisor Royce and Supervisor Gray hit, I think, the majority of my points. But I would specifically, there was a comment about drainage, and I am guessing it's slightly to the north on Yankee Road, because I don't believe there are any residences west.
Northeast.
Yeah, well, no, I'm thinking directly above the property, and he was, I believe he was insinuating that the property drained onto his property. And
that was onto Sawmill Flat Road where Mr. Sullivan.
Sawmill Flat,
yeah.
Okay. So, yeah, because I know in the 88 conditions, there were 4 or 5 that did speak to the drainage issues, which are definitely going to be important aspects of this. And for District 1, looking downstream at Woods Creek, I know we've, in the past there's been concerns with flooding, like at the high school, and just making sure that any of those potential impacts are going to be covered. And lastly, I would just say that in disclosure, I also have talked to both opponents and proponents of the project and gone out on my own and looked at the site. So at that point.
I would like the drainage issue somewhat resolved to the extent that it can be, because I heard both that the site is the low point, and I also heard that there's a concern with drainage off the site to a lower point. I've actually walked out there as well, again on disclosure, but just for the public's benefit, as usual in these kinds of things, you hear both sides, and I'd just like to know, for the public's benefit, what the real issue with drainage is and what the proposed solution is.
Okay. Since everybody's doing full disclosure, I might as well do that too. I have met with Mr. Semning. I have walked the site. I've driven the corridor several times and walked it. I did get your permission to walk that site, by the way. I made several observations. There's a number of things that I find, I'll just comment, I find that are a little concerning to me. I think there's a number of hazards out there in its current condition, not the least of which is that there are certain evidence of homeless people living on the site, which I find negative. And there are also a number of trees that are down that represent a hazard to me. But at any rate, I think between the other supervisors, they've hit all my questions. If not, I'll send those to you, Ms. Shane. I'll go over my notes. There were a lot of points that I appreciate people making, and I do want to comment that I believe the TCTC plan, based on the comment, already has that scheduled for about 5 lanes in that area, and we'll look at that. Look, I want to thank people who came out here today, both positive in favor and negative in opposition, and in the neutral speaker. You all had good points, and it's really important that we hear those. We can't think of everything and can't consider everything that we do in a vacuum, but we all do research and try and get these things out. So I appreciate all those comments, and I appreciate those people that wrote letters and emails and the phone calls. I can't remember something, at least in the last few months, that has generated this much interest. So it's important that people of our community speak, and I want to say thank you for all of you doing that. That's important, and we will take that up next time. So I think I can close this issue for today. Mr. Reese, did you want to add?
I just have a quick question. What is going to happen at 6:30 on May 7th?
We are going to have, we're going to finish the hearing at 6:30. We will hear input.
The hearing's closed.
The public hearing's closed. We won't be taking public comment any longer, but we'll hear from staff and responses to our questions and any new questions we come up with. We'll hear from county council about their analysis of the input we got from an outside counsel by letter. It came 3 times today, by the way, modified, and the last time came roughly around lunchtime today. A little late to analyze and consider today, and we want to be thorough enough that we cover everything, so we've asked county council to do that. So we'll hear all of those things on May 7th, and at that point, the board will make I presume, they will make a decision on how to proceed or not proceed on this subject.
And Mr. Chairman, could you once again reiterate that now that the hearing's closed, your board cannot accept any additional information from the public?
Okay. That's correct. At this point, we can't accept any additional information. So if you send the emails, we won't consider those, because that's the rules that we have to play by. Okay. With that, since it is only 4 o'clock, and since we didn't finish closed session, we're going to skip reports today. We have too much to do. We have 3 closed session items we have not done. 24, 25, and 26, I doubt we'll get through all of those. Would you read them again, please?
Closed session, conference with real property negotiators, price and terms, Craig Pedro, Maureen Frank, Authority Government Code Section 54956, real property located at 20591 North Sunshine Road, APN 38060-47, and conference with labor negotiators, Craig Pedro, Ann Friend, Bill Morris, Authority Government Code Section 54957.6, all bargaining units, and public employee performance evaluation, Authority Government Code Section 54957, title County Administrator.
And again, we do not expect to report anything out from the closed session. Thank you very much. We'll return to close the meeting later.